Okay, hello everyone, this is Stevie and Heartbound, and we are going to play some more Auctions Not Included. I'm going to unpause the game. Well, before I do that, this is the biggest rocket you can get in base Auction Not Included. You have 3 fuel tanks for hydrogen, 1 liquid oxidizer, 5 research modules, and your command capsule. This is as big as it gets. Then you got, if you want to have some open space for the exhaust. So this is, so you're looking at, what is it? It's not going to cooperate. But that's 95 tiles. Basically about 150 tiles. We are going to the well, let me unpause the game so it'll actually kind of register what we're doing. When you start up a game fresh, you have to let it run for a second, so it'll tell you what supplies you have and stuff like that. That should be enough. But we're going. Here's me and Mom getting ready to go onto the ship. I believe we're going to the interstellar ice. Yeah, 11 modules. Going to the 1400 band. I'm sure I'm probably saying that wrong, but it's okay. There she goes to a launch. We'll check our command capsule. Make sure we're going to the right place. You see the little arrow up there. If I had this game bigger, it'd show this a little bit more clearly, but I got a window so I can play this game on one screen with the streaming software. Test my chat widget, make sure it's acting properly. Yeah, we already fueled it and everything last episode, so as then you get to see a really cool rocket launch. Okay, so we're going to do this. Okay, everything's working, so we just play as normal. We're gonna do the scan tree here. It's still usable if you mess it up, but just pay attention. Not gonna hurt anything. A little bit of attunement because there was a regolith up here. Let's see what the printer pod has to offer. That's the line, we use that for steel. Never heard anything to have some more of that. But I really don't know what I'd spend steel on at this point in the game. We're at the end, so to speak. So we're gonna launch. After this is just this planet, what you're doing now. This planet, these two, then temporal tear. 38.2 cycles. We're flying with fast speed, so she'll probably come home before we finish. That's the biggest rocket in the game you can launch. Now what's important is sending the water back down. What's important is we get hydrogen in here while we're waiting so she can launch again. I have enough for her to launch again, but we need to keep up on that. So now that we've got Nemo launched, we really don't need to pause, but I'm going to pause anyway. So we're going to hold on. We need to take this pipe, move it here, and cut to this. that should work. So they'll build that at the earliest convenience. And we can launch our resource rocket off again. So, what was really happening was I was playing with this hydrogen vents, which is hot. Let me explain this. So if you're new and you want to see what I was doing, that's hydrogen, right? It'll come out at max 500 degrees. I was thinking, okay, if I don't want it to get that hot, I can just leave this open and let it cook this room. And it did just that. It keeps it a little bit cool. You know, this is 100 degrees, 90, 70. But I also want to keep my mealwood going, which needs to be under 30 degrees. So I got this army of weezeworts here. So I'm playing a very dangerous game of hot and cold. I have tons of phosphorus because when Dracos do their thing, they put out phosphorus. Yeah, I have a bunch of eggs. Well, I guess they're in that part of their life. Which is, yeah. It's a circle of life, but yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. Like a very dangerous game here. So I got all these weezeworts to keep this under 30. If it gets too cold, I'll pull up some weezeworts. If it gets too hot, I'll put more weezeworts down. But they didn't ask to be a part of this war, but this is just how it is. So we're gonna let this kind of stabilize. And I could end this at any time just by putting a insulated tile right here, but I really don't want to do that. That's not what I'm doing. So he did have this oxygen down here to 150 or 160. But my water is, I actually got my mealwood over here back. Because I'm trying to cool down this water in the salt. Those are very good. I'm going to... So I don't have Nails in Colony very often because she's, like Hassan mines in Colony. I've had her mining outside of Colony. Bringing stuff back from space, so I'm kind of curious on what she'll do with her time in Colony. So you're just running supplies, I think. Yeah, that seems about right. So she's just gonna run supplies while everyone gets things done, which is fine. It needs to be done anyway. Yeah, it just needs to be done, so it's not a big deal. We've got decaying food, which sort of has to be done too, because this requires a refrigerator. Not a big deal. Most of my food's down here, you know, kind of storage. I got plenty of it. They don't seem to mind the run. So, it's okay. And if they want to go through the pip room, they have to prepare to be hugged. I just think it's funny. I can easily amuse myself. Yes, yes. So we're going to see if this is fixed up yet. Looks like they've done some... Okay, so... I'll fuel this guy up again. So now let's get back to her important journeys. Sure, so I got this probably set up like a railroad tracks. I wish you could do that with a railroad switch kind of deal, but it's not a big deal. No, it's not a huge worry. Thing about the liquid oxygen is, if I don't use it, I lose it. Because there's only so much I can fit in there, and if it's not being used, it just gets used as oxygen, and this thing just slows down. Like it's still, you know, it's still full even though we're using, you know, pumping it in there. Well, it's a literal case of if I don't use it, I lose it. Okay, so it looks like this is about set. I did infinite storage thinking I need a lot more petroleum than I actually did. And that'll be very silly. It just goes in, no problem. Originally, some of these pipes were popping, so I had to wait till they got cold. But now that they're cold, it's not a big deal. So now we can do this. We're gonna assign nails to this one. And the rest, and the asteroid that we've been using has about 35,000 resources available. We can carry 1,000 each time. So nails hops to it. We can let's go get some more. That's Liam. It's a different duplicate. So we got asteroids. So we've got this thing working on. Now every once in a while, well, every once in a while we end up using coal still, because most of we've been trying to hold solar, and if it gets below a certain threshold, I have my natural gas geysers going on. They're just kind of holding the line. But if it gets too far, we have duplicates just toss in some coal. It's so rare, it's not something you'd want to set up supplies for. It'd be a waste of time. And if my duplicates aren't putting stuff away, they don't have a whole lot more to do. So we've got snails in here. I can tell that because I have 11 population. So we're going to draw the gantry. Just like she's our female Hassan, which means she gets most resources. The reason I have this like this, if you don't know, is so they can come up here at any time and operate up top. It's a little bit harder nowadays with all the extra doors, but it still works. The building's in tone, but that doesn't matter. We'll just unbury it immediately. So we'll send that rocket off. There we go. See how it kind of forms like a little ladder? See, when I first started, I didn't know how wide this needed to be. But this is how wide it needs to be. It needs to be, if you've ever wondered, the rocket is 7 by 5 or 7 by. Look, it's that. So as long as you got this kind of space available, you know, you got your 2 doors up, that's all you actually need to launch a rocket. That's all the space it takes. So setting it up like that took a little bit of trial and error. But I did it. This is how it's done. If you were ever curious. Got a bunch of data banks I can never really use. But after this, I'm going to, after Mima goes to the great beyond, so to speak, we will not be using research modules anymore because we've done it. So we figure we're just using this rocket 3 more times. And you want to, it doesn't matter, they come with their own names, but you want to kind of have one of them with who the pilot is, so you know which rocket's coming back. Oh, that's alright. Got my unique insatiable appetite. Auto just boosted my guys. Made the rockets faster. So we are playing on a fast speed. Because if we don't, like, I don't mind playing on normal speed when I'm playing just by myself. Gives you a lot more time to react to things. But at this point, when you're trying to show it like on this, you kind of want to get things done. And this creation of mine is its own ecosystem. She's got a little bit of the pump, the hydrogen thing, and the coal generator. It's all just its own thing. If you've ever wondered, the Wheezeworts are optional depending on how hot or cold your area is. I'm just using them because I'm fighting the hydrogen. It's 200 degrees. So it's a literal fight. Well, unless something starts breaking, we're okay. See, we're still at 29.6. This may not be enough Wheezeworts to counteract it. We'll see. As long as they're growing. 29.4. 28. Yep. It's a fight. It's a fight in the literal sense. So you see, if I close this off now, it's gonna get real cold in here real quick. You have to heat it back up again. There's also this electrolyzer, which is just kind of running free. Can't let it get too cold either. And we're gonna... We have enough breeds, so we're gonna uproot this one. Put it in the wart thing here. Because we just need to fight this temperature right here. Someone will come along at some point and uproot that. I got 2 farmers on this asteroid. I really don't manually control them too much. Just let them do their own things. But really, I got so much steel, I'd never be able to really use it again. So everyone that's making steel is just kind of like, eh. No real reason for it. We're using phosphorite for the shine bugs too. See how much we got. Yeah, we got a lot. It was only temporary. Once I'm done with the hydrogen thing, I don't have to tease this thing anymore. I won't be in such a hurry to get things done. But we got our natural gas, you know, our general power. Building that up. It went dormant before and it seems to have worked out. So we're okay. But this is why we got like 100 hydrogen from our electrolyzer. There's like 500 every second, you know? So that is why we are doing it. And now that the sun's back out, these aren't taking any energy. Nutrient bars. When I'm ready for another colonist, I'll start looking at the colony people. But even I think 12 or 13 is still too much. So it's just I gotta have a reason for it, you know? What am I gonna have them do? We're doing everything we need. You enjoy your nutrient bar, Ellie. Plus grizzly meal. I'm kind of hoping today someone will take the magma lamp and sit it on top of a kitchen buddy. But we'll see if they do that or not. Definitely not an emergency. I'd rather them clean stuff up. To be quite frank. So I don't have a lot of ceramic, but I don't need a lot of ceramic, you know? I think I'm a little bit short on glass, too. I wanted to make another monument for whatever reason. No, I don't think I need it. Our goal is just beating the game. That's good enough. So I've been thinking about this. I was trying to figure out why the puffs are coming up here. And it doesn't say it in game, but they need a certain temperature to survive. So I remembered my base is all really cold for the most part. So I guess if they didn't want to be in -20, they got to come up here. So that's probably why they're all up here. Livable temperatures and all that. So by trying to launch rockets, I have unintentionally made a puffed happy zone. There is a Puff doing his best Kirby impression. And naturally this area is stupid hot. But it doesn't really matter. As long as this thing gets the job done. Our good friend Abyssallite. Let's go watch the area down here, make sure it's raining, so to speak. So we'll plant another Wheeze wart. I've been getting wart seeds from the running pod over time, so I got a few to play with. See, if I was playing the Space Out expansion, these would give radiation, and that would cause issues. So if you want to buy all the DLC, beware of that. I really don't need a small asteroid. I want to manage a space colony. And this lets me do that. So wait till this is about under 1,000, I think. If I run out of phosphorus, so be it. These guys keep producing more. It's like an infinite thing. There's our farmer. There we go. That should help a little bit. We'll see if that keeps everything going fine. Because now this is it's still fighting it. It's 29. So we don't want this to go all the way down. So that 500 has 100 degrees to fight against. We're getting some supplies from areas. See, when this gets cool enough, I'll reactivate this until it'll be 95 degrees. Right now, I want to just get it cool. No more in until everything else is out. This has a side benefit of making my mealwood grow over here. Which, getting mealwood to grow on Rime was a challenge. It ended up being a carnivore colony for a while. In my little pocket here. It's down to 20 degrees, which is about what I want. See, we're going about 20 degrees. We made some progress. It wasn't this cool a while back. What furniture am I trying to make? I don't know what keeps changing, but something is working. So this oxygen in here is still hot. It's taking on a little bit of heat. Which is not that cold anymore. When this does cool back down, I'll try and get this nonsense working again. But this is somehow working out, so I'm quite pleased with it. A little jank machine I made myself. Kind of copied a little bit from the hydrogen and oxygen thing with this, but I don't know. I just hooked it up to the main thing. It bleeds a lot of heat, but every once in a while, one of the little globules will say, "Hey, I don't want to be used. No, cool down the generator. Ideally, when everything is cold enough to where it doesn't need to be heated, it'll all go through there. But then there may not be steam anymore, so I don't know. There's really not that much water in here. It's like a... It doesn't feel like there's a lot of water in it. Yeah, I just don't feel like it. But when it works, it will work. And we're kind of breaking even on the power available. The batteries are not full, which is kind of impressive. They're not empty either. We'll just keep an eye on that one. We got a meteor shower, don't we? That was going down. I had to guess. I know we got a meteor shower. Am I right? Nope. What? Kinda right. So we're at the end of the meteor shower and they're all cleaning it up. Okay, we got our wattage back. So how hot are these? They're all still blue. Okay. When I get to be about 10 degrees, I'll push some more cold water on them. That one's getting hot. This is the hottest one right now. So they're gone so long now, even though they take a lot of hydrogen, you know, I can kind of get it back before it's time for the relaunch. I'm not really sure. Besides, you need plastic for the steam turbine. But even with just this little bit, I can make like 10 of these and not break a sweat. And not really worth using a really fancy material, because if it's over 125 degrees steam, I won't let you use it. Like these, I made them out of steel just because I was kind of scared of it. But I could probably make these out of gold or something. But fine. What do you keep saying I can make? I don't know. Maybe it just makes me. Maybe it just wants me to make furniture. You know, I wonder what happens if you build a steam turbine on ice and the ice melts. Wouldn't that be weird? Yeah, I wonder what would happen. Would we get to see the fabled orange tiles and what they look like? I've never seen that before. Got no reason to do so, but it's kind of a curious thing. What would happen? I don't want to get rid of that white water next to the gas pump. But I have not figured out a way to do so. This little area down here is just my old, I'm not going to fidget with it, it's going to be all Atmos suits. There's got a lot of air pressure back here. Some of it's kg, which will pop your eardrums. If it was over 2,000, it pops your eardrums, and this is about 8, 9, 10, 7, 8. But it's just a huge mess. But the original idea is that this water would come down here to this area here, where it's under, you know, negative degrees. It would freeze. Like, see how I was doing that? But instead, the water decided it would dive down on me. And that's what it's supposed to do. And now for some reason we've got water just coming up here instead of going this way and freezing. I don't know. So it might fix itself because it's supposed to come over here and freeze. And this is where it's really hot. This is a constant 1,000 degree or 1,000 watts with a zero maintenance on my end. Unless I ran out of magma, which is very unlikely. I kind of wonder what would happen with these volcanoes. You know, if this will ever cool enough where I can just kind of build down here, I think that'd be kind of cool. But with the volcanoes down here, I don't know if that's going to be a thing. The thing is, atmospheres only take you down to 700 degrees. Yeah, the lava is double that. So I'm not really sure how that's supposed to work. There's a pufflet. Join us, pufflet. Oh my god, I've been born. There's a little shine bug with the sunlight. They say these evolve into different kind of shine bugs, but I've never seen it. There's a whole wiki page on it. I've just never seen it. But someone's doing some work up here, which I can appreciate. And that's what it's there for. I put some conveyor rails around the colony so that they don't always have to run to the middle. And sometimes they take advantage of that. It makes things look fancy. Yep. It's almost nighttime. We're not full on batteries yet. That's kind of good. Oh, looks like we got a shower coming in. But since it'll be dark anyway, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really change things. It's just one of those things. And now the natural gas will hold the line until morning. Or until the thing ends. I wonder, will the baby be able to get up here in time? I don't know their temperature threshold or whatever. Don't want to freeze, do you, little buddy? See, it just doesn't tell you. Like, I learned the hard way that slicksters can't survive unless it's a certain temperature. I don't really see that in game unless I'm just missing it. And I've always seen wikis as kind of a last resort kind of thing. Some random algae in there. He was ready. He was just like, oh yeah. Your word is my happiness. No hesitation, just destroyed everything. That's how you know you got a good duplicate. Now someone can clean that mess up. Clean it up. Not a whole lot more left to dig, but in prime time, it was very important to have Hassan just like destroy this meteor. Or asteroid, or whatever you want to call it. It just worked. Now they're all delectables. The pips are giving us lumber again. So if you've ever wondered, pips saved the colony. Save might be a bit much, but the pips are doing the petroleum generator. Pips giving hugs and powering petroleum. That is how it's done. Okay. Check our rockets. I could have a space scanner do that for me, but not worried about it. Thing is, I'm normally playing on normal speed, so I have more time to react. So I've got to keep in mind, because it says 3 cycles, that can go rather quickly. Which is good for showcasing. Look at all that love. Everybody's getting a hug. There's nothing but happiness. So we got a bit of hydrogen again, so we're gonna pump that out. Temperature on these is about 30. We're still fighting. But regardless of either it's hot or not, we want to get it up there into our rocket ships. This is how you beat the game. Slowly but surely. But I mean, technically I could just go and send off the rocket straight to the temporal tear and be done with it and say, oh, I beat the game, but I'm not going back out there again without knowing, you know, what supplies are there or research the things. So from then on, it's just resource gathering. And I'll probably go back to playing this in my own free time, which there isn't a lot of. And we'll play different games. That was a kind of motivation for me to actually finish. You see it, how long it takes. We're just doing hours and hours of this fun stuff. This was the most accidental and greatest thing I ever did. I really like wild pacus. You get like 8 of them at a time. It's just effortless food, just for playing the game for a while. So we're under 30 degrees. Which is funny, this stuff is at 33. It comes out of there at 30. So this is still hotter than it used to be, but this is getting colder. This is getting a little bit cold. That's what we want. We want it to be green. Green is good. Takes a minute though, doesn't it? But we can tell because these are growing again. We're having an effect. You're the one doing the good work. Good job, Hassan. I got some crude oil that's refrozen, but until I get a plan to extract this oil, it's not a big deal. Just leave it there for now. I've just had this area sitting here doing nothing for a while, so I was like, well, we can go ahead and extract it. We've had brine ice and stuff fall down here into this unusually cold area. It just immediately turns to ice. Check my hydrogen vent, make sure it's cooperating. Because if this gets to 5,000, it stops. and then they just slowly kind of cools down over time with the weaselworts combating it. So I can freeze this hydrogen down here, but we gotta liquefy it up top. Let's see. We just need so much of it for the rockets. So I wonder how you beat this game without a hydrogen fence. Can you do that quickly, maybe? I don't know. I don't know if asteroids are guaranteed to have a hydrogen vent. It could be. I don't know. We started at 2000 when I started showing you the save. So we've only played like 400 days and we're already tearing space apart. But you figure most of the stuff I have in here is kind of optional. I just made a fancy electrolyzer room, which to me I think self-powered is kind of overrated. How about solar-powered electrolyzers? I don't know. Still got long commutes, which kind of makes sense because they're putting stuff all over the asteroid. And you're kind of moving it around. We're gonna take this out. And Hassan gets a chance. Because that's sand, it'll fall down. Now, should I be doing this? Probably not. Because I want him to clean up the old stuff first. It's just so tempting just to see us on, just like blow everything apart. It pleases me. Go get him. Destroy the things. Still got nails getting sediment rock from space. I think just the things he popped there, about the same amount she'll get. So that's kind of funny. Stuff to tear apart. Check my rockets. Yep, glad I did. I've got less than a cycle to get those doors open. Hold on, Printables. We'll have these doors open. Check our Printables. Mouth breather. You definitely don't want that. Make sure those doors open. Ja, that's very good. Funny story, if you have doors opening or closing and you quit the game and you load back in, you know, later, those doors they'll be closed again and starting to reopen. Now this normally doesn't matter, but when I was starting doing those doors, I used unpowered doors to power them. So it took about 5 minutes for them to open. And I had a meteor shower, and I was still kind of scared of meteors because I thought they were dangerous, which they're really not. People really don't like meteor showers for some reason. But I looked at them and I was like, okay, I don't want to deal with this meteor shower. I'm kind of, scared of it. So I quit the game and I reloaded it, and the doors kind of reclosed and open. And they stayed that way till the end of the meteor shower. It worked. I mean, can't fault me for it. I did what I intended to do. It wasn't a mistake. But I should have been scared of them. Shave that off. Just trimming the colony. You don't want to get rid of that. Colony is like hair. You gotta trim it until you got no more. When your asteroid's empty, you end up like me. With no hair. Pay no attention to this. It's actually a real funny trick. You ever see someone put something heavy and just kind of slam it against their back? When I was younger, I was like, wow, how are you doing that? Well, doesn't that hurt? Because, shirts aren't very thin. Or they are rather thin. But if you got a bit of hair growing back there, and get it resting on your back, it hits the hair, not your back, so you don't feel anything. So, there's a little old people secret. Get hit with something rough on the back, you got hair kind of patting you. It still hurts. It just doesn't hurt as bad as it would otherwise. It's like somebody slapping you versus slapping your hair. Space mission complete. There we go. So would you like to get out of the ship? No, I love the ship. So we'll refuel it while it's unloading. Have ye old liquids going through? See, they're supposed to show you how full they are. For some reason, this isn't showing. Yeah, I think that's about enough. If it's not, we can always send more. It's not that big of a deal, but... Well, I've always just kind of wanted to get it going just a basic amount. Originally, that was because I didn't have this return trip thing. I found out you could do a return trip. I was like, oh yeah, let's do that. I didn't realize that at first. So I was like, okay, I gotta send exactly the right amount. And I could get the pumps to cooperate. So... our destination still has 3,000. Is video games. So I think we're ready to launch this rocket again. We'll get us some more sediment. Among other things. So that begs the question, how much sediment do we have? Go to my resources, which will disappear. Let's see it. Let me use the thing. So we're holding balance. Because of all the space runs she's done, we haven't ran out yet. But as soon as this planet depletes, we'll eventually have to deal with the fact that we don't have too much more sediment anymore. Which is okay. Can you stop the game? My mouse is very angsty sometimes. 26.6. So at this rate, we will see our operational rocket. About 2 more times before Mima's coming home. Maybe a little bit more if I was a little bit off on that. That's a fast brushing. First animal that fast in real life in the back. Yeah, what are you doing? Oh, I'm hungry. No more brush for you. Didn't move anymore. He's just like, well, okay, great. Something buried there. I don't know what it is. Hug time. If you go to the pip room, you're gonna get hugged. That's just the way it is. We will hug you. Oh, there's more hugs. You just can't help yourselves, can you? You gotta get hugged. It's a hug-eat hug world. There's some random junk in here, so we can get rid of that. Let's check our hydrogen thing. Yep. We got our hydrogen. We're gonna pay for that, I think. It's probably better off that way, to be frank. We've only got about 27 cycles left of playing with this thing. And it'll shut off on us. But we kind of need this to cool down anyway. Temporary measures. Pretty much all the game is. Making the best of a bad situation. And this is 30.5. 32.1. We'll get there. 123. A little warm. But I like how this little danger room keeps heating up the water as it goes in. It's coming out at like 21, 20, 21. Which is what this means is this water coming in will eventually cool off this terror room. So that's kind of funny. So I guess this won't ever get really too hot. But eventually the water will get too cold for the aqua tuner to turn on, so I'm kind of curious to see how that'll go. Well, that's when we'll turn on this thing. Because it puts out some very hot water. But when it's cold enough, you know, we can try that out. See if it'll work. I really liked it until it cooked my base. Well, that area. That entire area was just like 90 degrees, and it's just like, that's not what we want on Rhyme. It's supposed to be the cold planet. The water's just gonna stay there forever. There's a little shave of sediment rock. For some reason, we can't get over there. Okay. So that'll be the easiest way to cut this out. Because I can dig up to 4 high. Kind of showing you what I'm thinking. Yeah, just cut those. Whole thing up there. Yep. You ate my GUI, or whatever you call it. Heads up display. He's definitely doing the things. If there's nothing to dig, it's the next best thing. I'll go ahead and guess I might take care of this. Very, very good. Check my hydrogen thing. Yep, it's getting a little hot. But it will be okay. Hold the line, little weasels. My plan is working. You are 29.7. Very good. There's a pip on the loose. He's doing pip things. There's not really any land for him to plant briar seeds on, but if you would like to do so, I won't complain. Plant it on a bislite or something. This bleach stone is emitting chlorine, which we surely always need in this colony. You know, maybe. How much plastic do I have? I'm not gonna have enough. You could just do metal tiles. Oh, hold that thought. Get another wart seed. Like she isn't off on a space mission. It's like, oh, I'm here, still here if you want more Mima. Mima's on a mission. Oh, no, don't. That was way too much garbage. One, two, three, four. So here's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. So I'm gonna take some metal tiles. Just some gold. Run it across here. That should give my dear builders something to do. Now we can to do that with it. Because I got a lot of gold right here. They don't have to go far. Give my builders something to get their hands dirty. Because everyone's kind of running supplies. While Hassan can do that, and Ren can do that, you know, they can do more fun things. Like he's out here just building. So metal tiles, if I remember, give you a decor bonus. Let me double check that when it stops saving. So we got a little bit of a bonus from the metal tiles. 22.5. Yep. Get these two doing things. Making the world go round. See, these metal tiles, they give, well, these tiles. No, they give 6. Looks like this gives 22. Thing is, they exchange heat quickly, so I'm like, well. You definitely don't want to boil your colony, right? I think just having this straight line across might be helpful. Who it would help exactly, I'm not really sure. Most of the tasks are kind of centralized. But I see long commutes sometimes. Really well. Maybe we'll just make more roads. The country roads that will take you home. We'll just give a dig command for these. Because they're just jumping over it. Check my rockets. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, he just turns around and just blows everything up. Even on slow, he's quick. That is a maxed out excavation expert. I do think it's kind of funny how they're digging underneath. But nah. Like you could dig everything out, but or you know, you could just not just dig underneath. The thing about me putting these extra tiles in though is oxygen can't be right there. So you're gonna have carbon dioxide kind of building up on it as it goes over the edge. Which it'll do eventually anyway. I kinda wanna put airflow tiles around some places, but I really don't know who's up here that often to disturb the oxygen. You figure my big oxygen tunnel here is what's the real deal. Somebody put the oil over there. Yeah, so I've decided this will never ever grow. It grew at one point when I heated up the water. For a brief time, the simple reed grew. I was like, oh, I want the algae underneath it, but then it was like, well, it looks good, so why? I think we got more body temperature here. Body temperature is 30. Yep, we're still fine. Yep, I got just enough weeds warts to counterbalance this hydrogen generator. Not to be confused with the hydrogen electrical generator. Is there a better way to probably do this? Yeah, probably. Am I really worried about it? Nah. Like I said, I could have always put an insulated tile here with no issue. Nah. You still have this, you know, the heating up the water. This hydrogen it goes up to this water here, heats it up. You know, there's still going to be heat. So why not share the fun? I guess 40 over here. Someone's complaining about the heat. I heard that squeak. I heard it. I don't know where it came from, but I heard it. I did get up a bit. So how much do I have? So we got 700 per thing. So you're looking at probably 4 globules of hydrogen. The way we have it. Which means at its current thing, I cover 3 of those 4 planets. But yeah, 20 cycles, so might as well make use of them, right? So electrolyzers slowly bringing in, yeah, a little bit. Just a constant thing, so it'll eventually fill up very slowly. We're getting to the point where people are actually doing supplies. That's kind of funny. Also very pleasing. Because if they're doing supplies, that means everything else is done. There's only so many supplies I can pick up. Feels like a healthy colony to me. That's so silly. They've got more supplies coming from up top. Very good. I love it. So when are we going to see some different shine bugs? I'm not going to go feed them all the extra food and stuff. That's very silly. Yeah, they'll get more decor, but for this tiny room. Like, we can go through the top of the shine bugs, or I can just have people walk down here. This is about 13, 14,000, 17,000. So it's like, why would you even bother with the, with those things? It's like plus 120. Like, shine bugs need to get good. Even up here, I was really proud of this, but it's only like 60. I don't know. They didn't have the overwhelming results that I thought they would. That's how shine bugs get stuck in solar power machines. I'm just saying. That's how it happens. It's just the way it is. How are we doing on our metal tile wall? Hassan's doing what he does best. The big dig. So it's going to be hard to reach, I think. I think he's coming around to the other side to hit this stuff, I bet. Oh, he's just building. So once this is out of the way, maybe this will be more useful for the colony. Just a reminder, this is plus 20 excavation with all the buffs. This is as fast as you can get for one colonist. Hassan is the excavator. Like, everyone else may have like plus 20 athletics, but they're still not, you know, 20 in a lot of skills that they use all the time. Ranching was like really slow. Hassan just tears things up. Oh. Near instantly. Yeah, we're on fast, but yeah, he's fast too. So I think we're going to build a ladder out of igneous. I'll put that up here. Give us something to do. And they can dig all this out. Nice and easy building. Always a pleasure to see. There we go. No problem here. See what predibles we've got. Got some omelets. I've always liked Osma, but every time she pops up, she has stuff we can't really use. We already have a cook. Check my rockets. 321. Let's go back to the lads. Oh, someone clean up all this junk. They might be asleep. Yeah, they're asleep. They still haven't heated up this room enough with their body heat to put Jumping Joyas in. But at least the Aeropods themselves look nice. Look at her go. Catalina is the dance. She is the dance. She is picking up the things. Shave that one, shave this one. We'll leave this one alone for now. I kind of want to take apart this boulder here. As long as I can jump up 2 tiles, they're fine. So I know if I take this row out, it's fine. I know if I take this row out, it's fine. If I take this row out, it's fine. This is where it gets kind of dicey, because I don't want to leave him without a way back up. So I know this will work. Assuming he doesn't do these first. So I'll just do this for now. It should be fine. Gotta make sure he doesn't do something he's not supposed to. That's how you do it. Someone's our only guy that can go through Abyssalite. Which is all we need, really. So what's going to happen is Ren's going to probably supply the gold. And that'll make Hassan dig through it. Now that it's 2 tiles high, they can jump over it. See, Ren still went the other way. And that'll deliver the rest. Now Hassan will build. Now my question is, will they actually use this ridge? That I don't know. Check my rockets, 2.4. Thing is, I could check for a meteor shower, but if a meteor shower is going to happen, it's going to happen. Not really a whole lot of point worrying about it. I come through here and pop these. That's how you light an asteroid. Just have one guy to destroy the entire thing. If you have more than one person digging, you're kind of wasting your resources. I'm just saying. Now he wants to go eat. Let's clean that up and let that be the way it is. So I have about 2 cycles left before our buddy comes back. I'll pop these open. The meteor's hit, oh well. That is what we have these mesh tiles for. So we are getting the gift of lumber occasionally from our pips. Oh, we're okay. So we're struggling a little, but so it's holding out about the same. Yeah, we got meteors coming. Well, unless we can close these. Might take a hit we don't need. Well, thanks for that. Okay. So I just gotta remember, in one cycle to open that. Just gotta remember. If I ever wanted to empty my power grid, I can just open a gantry repeatedly. It's very silly, but it works. Now why you'd want to do that, I don't know. But you could. So is anyone going to use this path I've created? I wonder. So Hassan's back up and he's destroying. So let's see if we can help him. He is done with that. And this will have the added benefit of unleashing a lot of chlorine on our colony. Why would we want that? We wouldn't. But we've got it. Good job, us. Come on, Aslan. You know you can't resist digging. It is your pride and joy, your favorite thing. It's a lot easier to do when it's slow, but basically the same thing. As soon as he starts digging one tile, you'll be able to dig command on the next one. He'll just dig in a row. If you're ever like micromanaging your miners, that's how you do it. It is very simple. Some people put, you know, electricity on these so it hatches their eggs faster, but I've never seen a real benefit to having the eggs hatch fast. They still hatch. So I was like, well, if they still hatch, then why are you doing it? Just be patient. No, they didn't hatch. If you didn't incubate them, I can get it. If they still hatch, nah. Nah. So it was rather satisfying. Let's go see if the rockets have stopped. Or asteroids rather. I don't see any. Open it for real this time. I don't want to target the vacuum. I'll target my switch. One day I'll fidget with the temperature enough to get some delectables down there. But right now we're just trying to beat the game. It'll be a me thing. Okay. Under hydrogen, we've got 711 all the way across. That's a lot of hydrogen. So this is overflowing. We'll take some of this out. It's too hot now. The resource can't hold. That's okay. We've got incubating eggs. These guys are a little bit hardy. They'll usually be fine. Get some of this hydrogen out of here. You still got 2 plants going. Isn't it kind of funny? You have like 3 resources like all surrounding your plants. It's still not enough. So what's your temperature? You're kind of in the safest spot, 28. So they're not all gonna starve. We've only got 1, 2, 3, 4. They're fine. You got 1 incubating. We'll just take this. And that's what you're here for, hydrogen generator. Don't you forget that. You're here to power rockets. So it's kind of weird as he came down from down there to deliver water to that bristle blossom. So I wonder why he didn't use this pump. Well, besides the pump being disabled, I mean. It's probably because I wanted to use this for toilet water. Pass me, good job. Future me wasn't thinking. I like having random animals crawling around my base because they give off a decor bonus. And since they're wild, you don't have to feed them or anything. They just do their own thing. So I have found it neat. Let's take our rockets. Less than 2 cycles before we ever return. Oh boy, oh boy. Stack the temperature on our machines. You're getting a little not blue. I'll flick this switch on. -8-degree water going. Cool. This is coming out at -6. But that's still good. Space mission complete. There it is. And we got a double helix model this time. So do you want out? Oh, I love my rocket. I never want to leave. Okay, I guess we'll just refuel this. We're gonna free. Well, we don't even need to freeze on, do we? Do this. Select 9. So I'm gonna get the model and bring it down. Edible. Some rust. Watch this kind of closely. So this, like I said, this should tell you too, but it doesn't. So I like to go down here and make sure I'm actually putting stuff in there, which I'm not. See, if it would tell you, then I wouldn't have had that moment of confusion. Hold on. That is not what we want to do. So we're taking heat damage and we're losing hydrogen. So that's a problem. Better fix those pipes. Ooh, look at that. Real simple mistake. Look at all that. Now if I was using ceramic or insulation, you know, it would have been fine, but I'm using the igneous. So each one of these, since they're still in the pipes, they're heating up a little bit. So they're going to, you shouldn't be able to open that door, by the way. Yeah, it's a door no one can open. And Catalina's supposed to be able to repairing that. So that's going to cause heat damage all along here. Unfortunately, it didn't cause heat damage on the inside, so that's an easy fix. But we lost a little bit of hydrogen when we did that. Gotta be careful in this game. It'll make you pay for it. Now we got the auto save going on to make sure that, you know, if something goes wrong, you know, it saves every once in a while so nothing can, you know. But these are completely broken. Catalina will come out here since it's igneous. It's not a big deal. She'll fix it. Thank you for repairing the ladders. Okay. So, looks like we got oxygen going back. Turn this one off. Catalina has a go. Didn't hurt too bad. I caught it rather quickly. So if we wanted to have a rocket go. See, I just didn't pay attention and I paid for it. It's really that simple. We're gonna launch a rocket. Sorry, Catalina. Get her out of there. Get this closed. And I think we need to extend some gantries to get this fixed right. Yeah. So extend these. And that should cover these areas. Now I need to remember I did this, because if I don't, and this rocket goes back and I'm not ready for it, then I'm going to pay for it. And about 3,000 steel. Which, like I said, I've got enough where it's not that big of a deal. That was some spicy situation. So we're pretty much getting free hydrogen. This poor building aside, we're pretty much getting free hydrogen. The hydrogen's going to come back. No big deal. Now my question is, how did Catalina get through this door? It's not locked, sure, but you're not supposed to be going through this door. I didn't go through the door, I just opened it and repaired through it. That's still not in the spirit of what's supposed to happen. Yeah, we're fine. It's a little bit silly. Catalina went to bed. Yeah. She'll repair it when she gets up. She does like to repair things. So what? Yeah, they're 30 degrees. The gantry is only about 400 or 900 degrees. So I gotta be careful with these pipes. He's like, wow, this is hot. Yeah, there's hydrogen all down here. I have pinked my hydrogen area. If you're ever curious what a pipe pop would look like, I haven't shown you yet. That's what it is. I'm not gonna restart or anything like that. It's stupid. You will make mistakes and you will learn from them. That is the way it is. It was molten igneous rock. It's okay. When you repair things, it defaults to about 45 degrees, so even if it's like really hot, it usually doesn't matter. Usually. It also has the added benefits of her cleaning off my platform. Should auto save again in case something goes wrong. You know, we can go back on that save. Very useful feature. Thanks, game. I appreciate that. I have never used it once. And today will not be that day. Thing is, having her out here, she could be doing other things like supply, running. But I made the mistake. It's just the way it is. I might give her the ability to carry more stuff, but I don't think she really needs it. Well, I've seen her pick up a lot of things. You have those skills, don't you, Catalina? There you are. Kind of. Yeah, you have it. Well, I know she can carry a lot. She's only carrying a little bit for some reason now. She's getting it done. But what I wonder is, it pops here, right? So maybe it was circulating? I'm not really sure why that popped so much. Because there has to be a reason for it. They made it to the rocket fine, so it's not that big of a deal. I'm kind of wondering, like, what was the reason for that big pipe poppage? Because there has to be a reason for it. And it's like nothing ever happened. Something overheated, which tells me my lead suits down at the bottom got wet. No? Okay. So what overheated? For that brief moment. Something is getting overheated and I don't know what it is. I'm gonna go ahead and let this build up again. 7:15. Why are you overheating? Oh, it's because you're sitting right out here. So we're going to deconstruct and we're going to reconstruct this out of better building materials. Because you only have a certain amount of lead on this colony. You seem to be fine. See, if I just let that go, it's going to constantly eat up lead. Which I have materials that are a lot stronger if I need to make them out of that. So I assume you got this all done, right? Nope. Her priority is repairing, so Otto or her will come out here and they'll fix it. So you don't need ceramic or insulation, but this kind of situation is because I'm using kind of a patchwork setup. And I knew what I was getting into before I did it. So it is what it is. I pressed the wrong button and I paid for it. I think this is fine now. Yeah, there aren't the negatives. We can turn this off. This is just slowly cooling off all this. And in theory, I could just leave this on and just let it make a whole bunch of dirt. But it is slowly cooling off all the other stuff. At the same time, I don't really need to do it, you know? Not a big deal. Good deal. You're getting it. You're doing the good deeds. All of those things is just damaged ladders. Which is only 800, 900 C. Not a big deal. Because this has an added benefit of getting rid of some of the resources sitting around. But that means when I need to re-switch this over to the other one, they're going to have to bring up fresh igneous from the bottom. So it's going to take a little bit longer. We'll see if they're taking out these smart batteries. Yeah. So this time we're going to build these smart batteries out of steel, so I don't have to deal with the SAS. Might as well use it for something. Is it overkill? Absolutely. That is absolutely overkill. But it is what it is. Got printables again. A shine nymph. Be free, you little shine nymph. Go be shiny. Diagnostics are gonna dumb me out. I mean, they're good for setting like a fantasy feeling, but in practical application, not really a whole lot to it. It doesn't tell you who's going to repair for some reason. I always thought that was kind of weird. Why are you coming out here for phosphorite? You got plenty of it. The Draco's make an infinite amount of it. I got a runner. We'll have one of our rangers come by and wrangle him soon. I'll come pick it up. Yeah, this thing's getting too hot, but it's going to go dormant at 16 cycles anyway. So I'm not too worried about it. Mistakes aside, we need all the hydrogen we can get. That wasn't game breaking, but it didn't really help a whole lot. Everything is running the way it should. Gas is all filled. It's almost set. A little bit more. Good deal. It's like nothing ever happened. Marvelous. This all happened because I hit the wrong button. Kind of cute little game, isn't it? Oh, goodness. Okay, that was kind of silly. So this is what happens when you don't pay attention. Petroleum's a little bit less rickety on me. Kind of cheesing that anyway with this. I call this an infinite liquid storage. I didn't know how much petroleum I need for these rockets, so I ended up overshooting it by a very large margin. Which is fine. I shouldn't forget to turn off the button. You must make decisions. And the game will let you make it. I do like that this game lets you fail. A lot of games nowadays just like, oh, it's okay. Here, have another try. Here, have a save or whatever. So I'm glad in that sense that this game is forgiving, but not that forgiving. Because as long as you as long as you have oxygen and you have food, you're usually fine. And you can print wild animals all the time. Which, with the exception of the poke shells, can give you food. And the shine bugs. So even though we're not using oxalite anymore, just having these puffs around, when they die, it'll give food. So you figure in like 40 cycles, we'll get a little bit of food from the puffed. It just works. Very useful. Even though we end up with silly situations like this isn't like endangering the game, you know? It's just, you know, it's all just a little extra stuff. Like, I don't need to use a hydrogen vent, I'm just using it because I can. Check our rockets, 513. So we launched a rocket at the beginning. We've been playing for about... We're gonna hit on 2 hours pretty soon. When it comes to these last few, that's kind of what you could expect. If you're playing on fast. Playing on normal, you're going to be at it for a while, I think. We have a starving critter. It's not our Draco. So that means they still got food going. Very good. And this is still about 700. We didn't... It looked like we lost a lot, but we really didn't. I think we just had it running for a while and the hydrogen was just like, nope. Nope, nope, nope. So much nope. And it just gave up on me. Why don't you have line of sight? Don't you like the meteors? Very silly game sometimes. And now we're gas powered. Which is holding the line, okay. Good job, you are holding the line. Good job, good job. Nope, Otto's got moves. Look at him go. Yeah, I've never seen a surplus. It's been like this for like ages. I do not believe... They'll say there's kind of a surplus. I've never seen it. If you count these oil and Pacu, you'll say it's a deficit. But I don't know. Maybe they're talking about, you know, if it's not off-gassing or something. Because this does off-gas a little bit. They seem to really enjoy this polluted water for some reason. I could probably bottle this if I wanted to. Let that go a little bit more. Check our levels. Yeah, so we're about right back to where we were. We're at 711. Now we're at 707. No big deal. $4.12. A little bit of lumber. Every little bit helps, I suppose. This thing chugs resources. Only a crazy person would have this running full time. I cleared this all, did I? Yeah, I must have. If I don't have a gantry above, I usually have like mesh tiles. Because these meteors will just kind of pop on. Come on, guys. I know you want to clean this little area. You see, they're enjoying cleaning the new metal tile path, which is good. I wonder if I do this all the way across. Would that benefit the colony? It gives them a reason to go around the monument. So that's the thing. Guess we could also build more pedestals. Because we know we've got some emissions to go on. And that'll be a high priority. So when you eventually run out of refined carbon, you know, we can say, you know, we don't need to do any more of this. But we still got a bit of carbon left. It's this lime we have them going through this thing for. I wonder if this is keeping it cool or not. Not like it really matters for the refinery. It's overheats 275. This thing's like 75 degrees, so I kind of wonder, you know, if it's good enough or not. Could technically build you out in niobium, couldn't I? If I had enough. We gotta settle for steel. The inferior metal. There's some random resource here. Sediment. That belongs to the hatches. You are denying them their goodies. I like oxyferns in theory, but they overpressurize and pop your duplicate eardrums. Remember my first save when I tried to do this game, which I had heat problems. One day I might try a hotter asteroid if I ever get bored of this one. I've been playing this for 400 hours, so I think this is just my asteroid. I'm rather pleased with it. We got printables. What do we got? You all want my food. You can't have my food. The pip is free. Egg-shaped rock, egg-shaped. No, they're both egg-shaped rock. So basically it says the same thing. Just the other one has an extra line where it says it's rainbow colored. That's what I was looking at. I want somebody to take this magma lamp and put it on his head. I mean, like the last thing they ever do. Because you're requesting the magma lamp. I know he is. I don't know how to set his priority higher. There should be 5, but most people in my colony are doing 5. I'm kind of curious about that one. Don't you want to help your kitchen, buddy? Check the rockets. 210. After it finishes saving, we'll turn off this button because I don't see a lot of hydrogen in there. Going down there. 300 degrees, 400 degrees. 3, 2, 2, 3. Come on, hydrogen. Come on, Weezewort, keep up. I'm gonna live through this for 13 more cycles. And now 200. It's 500. Where's 50 degrees out here now? What a mess. Gotta do it. They're getting like nothing. I get more out of this. This is 300 grams, 100 grams. This is just 2.5 grams. It's like nothing. What a waste. We're at 275. So, no, that's good. So we got 201. I don't see any meteors. I'm gonna regret it, I'm sure. Going for a boost, I think. Yep. One rocket boosted. For some reason, he boosts 3 rockets. I'm not really sure why he does that. I don't understand. Why did I build a switch there? Oh, it's for the lamp. I guess it'd get hot in space, wouldn't it? So yeah, let's go ahead and pop this open. Welcome our space miner home. Because our ground miner's been busy. The minute I destroy this, because there's no more polluted oxygen, we're gonna find polluted oxygen somewhere. I feel it in my bones. I feel like this is a difficult place for the colony to get to for some reason. Or else, you know, why would they save this for last? But they'll come up here and work on things real quick, easy like, so I know they can get up here. Just makes you wonder. Hold on. How much oxalate do I have? Oxalates. Nothing. A few kilograms of it. I think what they're doing is they're dropping and it's just kind of reabsorbing. Which isn't a big deal. I found if you make a bunch of oxalates, like even if you have it in an area where it's overpressured, if you quit the game and reload it, your oxalate will be gone. I'm not saying this is conjecture, I'm telling you this is what happened to me. Because I was using that oxalate rocket for a while and I was just saving like a whole bunch with this electrolyzer. Yeah, or this oxalate refinery. And I come back and my stuff would be gone. Not all of it, but like 10 kg worth of like oxalate. And I was like, well, that's odd. Everything should be overpressured here. You're right above my oxygen producing area. Like, there's no place that's more oxygenated in this colony. So I made a little bit more, and then I, you know, quit the game, reloaded another day, and my oxalate was less. I was like, okay, what's going on? So then I saw these wonderful puffs up here, and I was just like, well, you know what? We'll just rely on the puffs. And life has never been better. Before you set this machine up, or some variation of it, just, that's how you do it. Seven, 5, 6. Definitely better than what we had before. Now, I probably will make a mistake again at some point. It's not a big deal. Gotta be careful not to do that. It's good to make mistakes sometimes. Like somebody might look at this and be like, whoa, this is a mistake. But I'm smart enough to know that I'm dumb. So I'm okay with making dumb mistakes sometimes. Some people will be like, whoa, how did this happen? I'm smart for this. No, you're not. You're not smart. I'm not smart either. I'm just smart enough to know it. I'm just saying, I don't mean it in a mean way. Just the way it is. Sometimes we just make mistakes, and it's okay. That was a little weird, doesn't it? This is still hotter than it started. That's kind of funny to me. They're trying to pull stuff out here, but they're... I don't want to mop it up. I'm going to sweep it up. They're trying to pull stuff up, but when they get over here, I think their shift ends and they just go and drop it again. They're doing their best. So can I really complain about that? I need to do something about this. I haven't decided what yet. Good, that's overpressured, which is what we want. We don't mind wasting resources here. As long as we get the job done, we're fine. Maybe 0.5 and 8.4. And what I'm guessing everyone's going to be doing is supplying. Yep. So we're cleaning up the colony a little bit by little. This is still growing somehow, but it's way over temperature. See, it's harvest ready. It's over temperature, but it's still growing somehow. We'll figure that one out. So technically it's growing, but it's too hot to grow. I don't have an explanation for it, I'm just saying what it is. And 11 more cycles of playing with this for 130 cycles. That means this room is going to be real cold, but we're going to get it down to about 10 degrees before I start pulling up these warps. We're going to get this room cold. Why? Because I feel like it. No other reason. One thing I like about this game is it gives you options. You don't have to do something a certain way. We're 2.8. Let's check our demon box. How are we looking? 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21. I saw some 20s earlier. What's going on? 20.9. So why are you being hot? No vacuum there. Yeah, but it's just coming out straight out 21. There's some 20.8s. Lower and lower, little by little. Yeah, it makes you wait for it, doesn't it? Sure is nice to have everything researched, so I'm not sitting here having somebody do that stuff. I got data banks sitting here I can't really do anything with. Did I have a rocket gun? Oh my god. I came back and I didn't catch it. And that's why I watched when the rocket lands. How long have you been sitting here? You wanna leave? No, she loves it. Okay, so we're gonna do this again. Do the appropriate liquids. Nice and easy. So you can mess this up. Just because I've done it pretty successfully, made it look easy, doesn't mean it's not perfect. We got a magma lamp. See what this is first. Get some food. Spicy tofu. Got a magma lamp. So we're gonna take magma lamp. Okay, so we got a problem. This is the magma lamp. I'm gonna deselect the kitchen buddy. I'm going to put magma lamp here. Select. Fine. I'll put this magma lamp here. Select 9. I'll get them both down here. Now prioritize someone grabbing it. Space is a vacuum, but the minute we launch, we have carbon dioxide coming out of the engine. So we gotta be aware of that. Which will heat up the area. So ideally, someone would grab this post haste. There we go. All the liquid has cleared the launch pad. We still have 2,000 resources. So we are okay. We're going to clear for launch. Plink plonk. It's nighttime. Again. Doors are open. Launch the rocket. There it goes. Come back with the facilitator recharge, please. So here's, we're getting a little bit of niobium. Each time she comes through here, we get a little bit of niobium. It's not a lot, but kind of a cool little toy to have. Close that. Now, Mima will come back before the operational rocket does. Yeah, I was trying to save in the background, so it's not gonna let me click out of the menu. Okay, you're done saving? Like I was saying, Mima is going to come back before the other rocket does. So we need to switch gears again. Well, we got tribute increase. Liam's better at agriculture. We're going to deconstruct these. Take our insulated igneous pipe. And recreate this. I think there's a pipe here we need to pop. So popping those should fix our... or reroute our power. Or oxygen, rather, to the thingamabobber. Yep. So now it's back ready for hydrogen rocket use. And it's good you kind of set up a system to where you kind of just like switch a railroad track like that. I thought I was clever. But I'm not a clever person. I am the big dumbs. And that is okay. What I'd really like is for them to clean this stuff up. This is going to be unfortunate for them. They're going to go into like negative 9-degree water to get some of this stuff. Not ideal. For them anyway. We're at 760 per spot. So 3 of them should fill a rocket. Okay. So how are we doing on where are you at? Go ahead and do this one a little bit. Absorb some of our hydrogen. We're going to double check, make sure I turned off these things. We don't need a repeat. See, as long as it's full and it's moving, it seems to be fine. It's when it stops moving, it's when you got your problems. From what I've observed. Just like my coal, make sure we're not running dangerously low on it. Well, we're getting back up to 400. Every time we get around 400, I start doing something really silly with the coal. Well, you know, this is going to go dormant in about 9.8 cycles. So we're relying on the electrolyzer for the rest of it. We're going to cut it close. We'll be fine. Worst case scenario, I'll just build another electrolyzer. Shouldn't need to, but I could. This is kind of helping. All these disc puffs are kind of helping because they're keeping the air pressure down, so this thing doesn't max gas pressure on us. Because this thing only works if it's at below gas pressure. But technically, this is a really big help. Let's see, 5 cycles till we get our big hero back. Launch those big old rockets again. I like fish building. Never found a really lot of use for it, but I like it. They're opening the doors, but not a whole lot of use I can have for them. Well, now I do, because it's morning. Okay. Let me go ahead and cool those down a little bit. They don't need it, but I feel like it. Watch our hydrogen vent. Now what's going to happen is kind of a reverse and why I didn't seal this off. So when this room gets cold, it's going to fight against the heat here. So as this gets colder, get down to about 15 degrees, I'll start pulling up weed warts. Well, looks good. Somebody's utilizing what we have this for. That is clean, that's good. Tell my game is running smoother because that nonsense isn't causing problems. Isn't that great? Instead of going all the way to the middle, she's just going through this one little spot. It's like a young version of Mima. Yep. She said, my shift's over. See you later. Goodbye. Goodbye. I don't want this rust. And the reason I want it is because I have a rust deoxidizer. We usually have max gas pressure, so it doesn't run as much as you think it would. But, yeah. We need salt for it, which means I need to have that water cold enough to where it doesn't eat my desalinator. Is everything working? Yes. If it goes over 75 degrees, I catch issues. Those guys are up to 95. So I gotta be wary of that, such things. I don't need to worry about it until the water gets to be about here. And yes, I did make a physical line, so I'd remember. I'll let that be. Yep, we got three of them. We're gonna lose the farm? Yeah, I think so. But it goes dormant in 6 cycles, so I think that'll be the last one we do. So we're gonna let it over pressurize. Congratulations, soldier! You survived the great hydrogen offensive. What a hero. This will help. But I can't control the thing going dormant or not. That's the kind of thing it needs to go dormant. So what we're doing to it. That's what I really don't get about the whole geotuner. Like, heat's usually a big problem, so why would you want to push yourself on that? I just don't get it. We do have some resources coming down. That's good. Someone's doing work over here, I think. Yep. Catalina getting things done. Very good. I kind of makes me wonder, why doesn't she choose the right side? They both need to get done, don't get me wrong. And there she goes. No problems at all. I do see some roll just sitting there. Go ahead and take that for me. Very good. Ta-da! It just works. I was to think, a long time ago I didn't think I'd fill up these pedestals. I guess I still have that one. First time I got a Moldavite, I was like, whoa! We got a thing from space. I was excited. I thought it was really cool. Let's see, 4 and 6. Still got hydrogen coming in? Nope. Had to rely on Old Faithful here now. It's a constant stream. We're not going to run out. But you know. It is what it is. How many pips, or how many puffs are there? I want to pause. I'm going to try counting this when it's all moving. That's your challenge for this playthrough. Some of them stack on top of each other, like right here. They just stacked a second ago. So maybe you think you see one and you don't. What if there's 3 or 4 of them under that dense buff? You just don't know. It's a danger you have to live with every day. Three and 6. They're printables though. I like this one. See, I don't really have... See, this would be good for a rocket launcher, because researching gives them the most for that. This is a really good duplicate. There's not a whole lot I could do with it. What's funny is, got a bunch of light here now. Okay. Yeah, those pedestals, plus 462 on those pedestals. That's pretty intense. So 5 pedestals, 462 stuff. How much do my shine bugs give? 90. Feeling a little bit gypped off about that the exchange there. I'm just saying. Feeling a little bit gypped. While these resorts just cool off this mess. Actually, it might be better if I thin out the hydrogen, wouldn't it? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just making it work. So 3.5 and 5. Just gotta keep an eye on it. So I'll dig this out. But this is sand. When you do it, it just falls down. It's got Minecraft logic. Look at him doing that farming. Got one more meal wood to go. So while this is finally growing back, I'm having to struggle with these guys. Which is kind of funny in its own way. So you know, these guys make a lot of phosphorite. Might as well make them do something for once. They're not starving, so something's working out. We're just getting hugs in the pick room. I see damage overheated. Guarantee it's just last smart battery. Yep. You are... Hey Roy, welcome back. I have batteries that are getting too hot, so I need to deconstruct them and make them out of steel. Yeah, it was barely popping up, but it's saying this damage overheated. And I just know from intuition it's that battery there. And the reason that's happening is because my cooling system, it bleeds out through this heavy watt conductor joint plate, and it also bleeds out through this door, but it's mostly this joint plate. Those joint plates kind of, even though I have a little bit of a wall here, it's still going over to this battery. It's causing problems. Well, problems. All I need to do is replace it with steel. I was making a little overheat message. So my, sorry about yesterday, by the way. Like, my internet decided it was down, but it wasn't really down. For like 10 minutes. So by the time I figured out something was wrong, everything was fine again. So it's always something. Every day is always something. Okay. So meanwhile, it's coming back in 2 cycles almost. So when this meteor shower clears out, I'll open the doors. Doesn't that sound great? I used to be scared of these. They aren't nearly as bad as you'd think. Like if you have some meteors, they'll hit your abyssalite. But once you got the bunker steel tiles up, at this point I can make another layer of this, no problem. But once it like hits a duplicate directly, it doesn't do damage. It just sounds really scary. It's not. That sounds impressive. I mean, I guess once you've done the game once, like it's my first time playing, so everything's still kind of new to me. But I can see the appeal. Like once you've done everything, it's like, why wouldn't you want to fight Thomas the toy train as a dragon? I've seen that mod. That seems like the silliness I would enjoy. But it's really cool because back, I can't say I'd never done it, because back when I was playing the Nintendo, like actual Nintendo, like the NES, like from 1980s, we had a thing called the Game Genie, and we'd give ourselves infinite lives, we give ourselves invulnerability, you know, and it wasn't a big deal. You just buy the like Game Genie at the store. So if you want to take that as modding, yeah, when we were younger, we modded our games. So I can't say I wouldn't do that. Nowadays, I just find it kind of annoying because when you bought a Nintendo game or you bought a Super Nintendo game or something like that, that was it. There was no updates, there was no patches, there was nothing. You bought the game, that was it. Nowadays, they've got patches and stuff like that which break your mods. And to me, that just irritates me. Because if I set something up once, I want to have it set up and that's it. I don't want to fidget with it because the developer said, this hurt my feelings. Or I saw something I wanted to fix. But I get it. But, that actually kind of reminds me. You know, Japan almost overtook the U.S. in the 90s and stuff like that. Because they were in the top 10 of all the... Most of it was banks. But they kind of like overtook everything, right? And this is about the time Pokemon came out. So people would write Game Freak. Because we were still using mail. And it turned out later that the Japanese developers would laugh at the Americans and what they said, like, you should have games with every single Pokemon in it. And they laugh at it and stuff like that. So it was it's kind of good we couldn't hear from developers back then. Nowadays every developer you could hear from just immediately. But like when I write my books, I'm like, okay, I've read my book. It's its own thing. Just enjoy it as it is and separate the art from the artist. But a lot of the developers aren't doing that. They're saying, okay, the art is the artist. They're doing it wrong. No, that's never how it's been. Like, I don't get why they're doing that. That's okay. Yeah, I definitely see the appeal. Like, most of the time in my Mage playthrough, I've never really engaged in melee or stealth or anything like that. So that kind of makes me want to do the... It's out of character, but I kind of want to do the Thieves Guild and kind of build up sneak and stuff like that. Just kind of see a different play style. But that also means if I'm sneaking around, I got to build up my illusion tree. I might have to put a Rander back in Nightcaller Temple. You know. Because I don't think he's going to sneak around with me. Every time I have a Rander, he just runs up and hits everything. He's just like, are you worried about this Dragonborn? Don't worry, I've got a giant ebony greatsword. I'll just go and beat them to death. Mar, protect us both. Mar, protect your enemies. You are the most aggressive follower I have ever seen in any game. I remember one time I was sneaking around with Falmer. I was just like, okay, if I sneak around, it should be okay. Randy just ran up and beat them up. He is very aggressive. Which is good. And it's funny, but still. The most aggressive follower I've ever seen in the game. Alright, what am I doing? Why is there liquid? Go and turn that off. Okay. Listen, let's go ahead and open this door for Mima. Mima's home. But yeah, Skyrim was a good game. I didn't... when I first played it, I was like, okay, I like RPGs, I like adventure games. I should enjoy this game, but I've never been able to really sit down and, you know, play it. But, thing's always loading. That little light bulb there, it's supposed to be an autosave to help you, but I've never found a use for it. But anyway, my point is, I definitely think Skyrim's a good game. The boss battles are kind of, the final boss battles feel like that you're just doing another quest. There's no like real big payoff to it, but it's not a big deal. I can see why people enjoy it so much. And yeah, there's a bit of a delay on your messages on screen, but I see them as they come in. I have a tendency of making characters I'd probably enjoy talking to in real life. Like, for better or worse. So my characters always have this kind of amiable behavior about them. And sometimes it's just good to be bad, you know? Now my question is, where do you find 110 mods? I mean, obviously the Steam Workshop or Nexus mods, you know, I get it. I get that's where they're at. But they all seem like they do the same thing. So finding 110 separate mods is kind of impressive. I gotta commend you on that. Also, I should probably just put another bunker tile here. I'm getting tired of that happening. That should hit that. What they're doing is they're coming in straight through here. They're kind of going straight down there. I think this should stop them from doing that. Because there's no other straight shot. Modded Skyrim might be fun to do one day. Well, my main goal right now is if I finish all the quests in Skyrim, because I'm not really sure how many quests there are. That just kind of jump scared me. If I beat them all, then I'll probably move on to Oblivion. But if I ever do come back to it, I just kind of want to play Command & Conquer. After I think I do Oxygen Not Included and I get through the Temporal Tear, I might do a Command & Conquer. Keep those shovel legs out, because that's going to cause me trouble. Nope, Allie's got the moves. Yeah, look at her go. You know, if I modded the game, I'd probably add something like a wizardry mod. Like, the old school spells, I still think the restoration tree should have cure poison, cure disease. There should be a teleport spell. You know. Just there's a lot of things that I think a mage should have that they don't have in their kit. I mean, just play games when you enjoy them. Games are meant to be fun. So if you're not having fun, just turn off the game. Send the game developer a middle finger. They upset you with their game that's supposed to be fun. But I think tolerance for video games has kind of changed over the years. Like, back when I played Nintendo, they had games that would be very difficult because they were usually very short games and you had to drag them out over a certain amount of time, so the player felt that that $50–$60 game, you know, was worth the money. So there was a business strategy to it. But nowadays they make games easy, so when your character gets taken out or something like that, it's not, you know, you're not used to the challenge, so it's a little bit more upsetting. So I think that's a big failure on the game developers' part. Because, yeah, it's good that there are easy games. Oh, look at this. This is the biggest rocket you can make in this game. Let's see what I got. So it'll give me some data banks and maybe a little treasure. I got a rainbow egg. And I got a facilitator recharge. That is what I wanted. So we're going to pause real quick because the rock's going to be very hot. So we're going to get that recharge going. And we're going to put the rainbow egg right here. Now get that sorted out. Yeah, if games are ever stressing you out, they're important. I used to play a lot of RPGs and stuff like that. And I'd be like, I'm so stressed out about this. Like I used to play EverQuest, which they used to call EverCrack, because you never wanted to put the game down. But you know what? You know, I made a few videos on it, but I don't really play it as much as I used to. And all that doesn't matter anymore. So why let it be your big thing if it's irritating you? Just don't bother with it. The thing is about that kind of stuff, you're not supposed to be happy all the time. You're not supposed to be calm all the time. That's not how humans are supposed to operate. They want you to be little prescribed things that, you know, kind of turn you into a zombie or suppress some of your emotions. Just be angry sometimes. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with being angry. Sometimes it's deserved. Take up boxing. Go run a mile. Go, what's another good physical activity? Go bowling. That's not very physically strenuous, but it gets you out of the house once you kind of toss something that's a little bit heavy. I don't like all that, mumbo jumbo. Hold on. Yeah, be angry sometimes. Get mad. Enjoy being mad. You don't have to be happy all the time. Get that rainbow egg out of here. I think that should fully fill the rocket. I had some pipe pops earlier. Let's see what happens this time. There's nothing wrong with being mad, though. A lot of people are afraid of being mad. Like, yeah, I got a little bit of heat damage. Because that was a very small amount of hydrogen. Popping my pipes. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being angry. Society today will tell you, you know, be a robot. There's no reason for it. But I shall be your entertainment for tonight. So hopefully it'll put a smile on your face. Because that is the idea of all this. What I would like... Okay. Meanwhile, would you like to leave the rockets? No, the rocket is my home. I love the rockets. Okay, so we're going to go to the command capsule. Look how far out that goes. I'm going to switch to the Dusty Dwarf. So the Dusty Dwarf is now our place. So we've selected the Dusty Dwarf. We still have no line of sight. So I want this open. I'm going to open this. I had some ladders here, but I think they melted. Which is fine. And make sure I have all my gantries closed. So now we've got this one. We're going to research this rocket because we have no idea what's out here. And we go with 5 research modules because that's the maximum you can kind of have. So look at this. This is the biggest rocket you can have in the base game. Hydrogen engine, 3 liquid fuel tanks, 1 oxidizer, 5 research modules, and a command capsule. This is a big rocket, and we're going real far out. So we've got the Dusty Dwarf selected. We'll launch this rocket. And we will see it in about 2 hours. Swoosh. And away she goes. Yeah, you've always seen it. The meek will inherit the earth. Don't fight. Don't express any emotion. Be stoic. No, I've never agreed with any of that. That is not how humans work. Make sure these haven't melted, because they have before. But I don't look like it, but I do a lot of heavy lifting at work. I'll lift heavy things out of carts and stuff like that. So I got a bit more muscle on me than I probably look like. Okay, we got another rocket coming back. Now, less than 8 cycles. So what we're going to do is we're going to pause time, because I don't work that fast. We're going to build these pipes back. So we're going to have the output pipe here. Take this, grab the insulated pipe, this here, and we're going to cut this, and that should, see, output, intake output. Okay. We're going to open these doors up so our other rock can get in. If we don't do that, it'll pop through the bunker doors. We'll have to repair them, which isn't that big of a deal, but if you can avoid it, you don't want to do it. Let's see, we're looking at 600 kilograms of hydrogen on each one. Yeah, we're fine. So this is going to stop producing very, very soon. It's going to go dormant for a very, very long time. 130 cycles. We're going to take advantage of this while we can. You know, a good game that I think is good, at least, is Dragon Ball Z. No, what is it? It's Dragon Ball The Breakers. It's got a good feeling to it. Well, the thing is, to be blunt, therapists cost money. If you're using money and that's stressing you out, then the therapists themselves are actually causing your stress. So if you'd be happier buying like the McDonald's Happy Meal, or you know, a chicken nugget meal or something, if that has the same effect as a doctor, then why go to the doctor? Because doctors, they can't fix hearing, they can't fix my eyesight, you know. If I break an arm or I need to amputate it, they can't, like, they can give you prosthetics. Like, the advancements doctors have, like, they shut down mental institutions. I think I talked about this prior. Because they weren't doing what they were supposed to do. They weren't fixing anybody. And they were just abusing patients. So, coming to somebody like me, that needs their hearing fixed, that needs their eyesight fixed, you have LASIK, but that can go wrong. And you just need it later in life anyway. I don't think they're worth anything. But yeah, they'll try to calm you down. It's not human nature to always be calm. There shouldn't always be happiness. Sometimes it's good to be stressed out. Like, why does everyone want to not be stressed? Be stressed sometimes. You know. Space mission complete. We got another return. Let's see what we got. Here she is. What'd you get us? We got encrusted teapot. I'm gonna freeze time again here in a second. If she has done her job properly, him, her, whatever, then they should be happy you have nothing to improve on. If they want you to stay past that, that means they're trying to take all your money. Because they're using your money to eat at the end of the day. You know, they get paid for keeping you in the loop. I don't think doctors want to cure you. That's just my opinion. They want to keep you there for more money. I don't know if anyone shares my opinion on the internet or not. I really don't look for it. But, if you do your job, you cure somebody. There is an end to the maze. But if they're not ending the maze, then what are they doing? We're going to close... Well, we don't even need to close these doors, do we? And give our wonderful astronaut a chance to escape. Oh, whoops. You can go back if you want to. No, she said nope. Nope, nope, nope. So much nope. Yeah, she did not want to, she jumped out the minute she had a chance to. She was not interested. Okay, so... But yeah, medicine's supposed to cure you. They don't cure you nowadays. They can't fix my hearing or anything like that. They're not doing what they're supposed to. So no, I have no faith in them. Until somebody can cure my hearing, nah. I don't need a hearing aid, I need a hearing fix. I'm just saying. Not even trying to be mean. Nails earn a skill points. Good job, Nails. Okay, so we're going to assign somebody the neural facilitator. We're going to assign Meep, just for fun. This is gonna be, we're going to see what it does for Meep. Now you could take the same duplicate 4 times and just kind of have them run through all the buffs. But really I normally just do this on a whim. I don't have a huge strategy. Let's get Meep in here. Get this man on buff. He now has a beefsteak trait. This duplicate has muscles on their muscles, plus 10 strength, just like that. Yeah, just be yourself. They go through school, they have an idea of what a person should be, which I get. You know, there is some kind of basic lines. But you look at cultures, you look at ways of life, you look at, you know, the entire world. Everyone has their own things. So why do I need to fit this one very specific culture? And it could be entirely be cultural. Like everyone's trying to fit everyone in this one little box. We're all different. Let me check my hydrogen vents. Yeah, that's fine. That's gonna pump some extra hydrogen in there. Alright, Nails, I want some resources. At your earliest convenience, please return to the rockets. Did I fuel this thing? No. Okay, let me make sure this is set. Should, quote unquote, be fine. I'm gonna launch this fuel up. The only thing is, like, just in theory, like, if you had a family member that was a blacksmith, and only they knew how to do that, it'd be good to learn a skill from them. But if they're not teaching you a skill to survive, then you need to learn a skill to survive on your own. Because all they'll do is you'll just sit in front of the TV and just kind of exist. And while that's good, you know, it's always good to have family around. They're not like practical. They're not in the practical sense doing anything for you. So it's important to love them and care for them. But you'll kind of need to be your, you know, your own strength. Just my opinion on it. I'm just a random dude on the internet playing a video game. So it is up to you in the end on what you decide to do. All I do is play video games, write books, work full time, and occasionally get mad every once in a while. Because getting mad is normal and human. This little machine's still kind of a mess. See how this stops every once in a while? I don't think it should do that. Okay, doors are closed. They are closed right now. Let's open them. And that could have been bad. I'm gonna take away the gantry. Because if I launch with that gantry open or this door is closed, the rocket can and will burst through them. So we're gonna launch our baby rocket. Off she goes. Now we will reclose the door. You know what's always kind of tickled me? They'll go, we're all special in our own way, but if you deviate from that or act any difference, people think there's something wrong with you. That's always kind of made me laugh. I was like, is it not your idea that we're all different? Why are you penalizing me for acting different? He doesn't talk a lot. He must hate me. No, he doesn't talk a lot because he's deaf. And he has trouble talking to people. Because he doesn't hear them. Doesn't mean I don't like you. It means I can't hear. No, actually we're going to leave that there. We are going to sweep around the area. Actually, we're going to do 2 of them. Yeah, 2 should be fine. I think we're going to build another bunker tile. Well, 2 extra bunker tiles. Happy birthday. Well, happy birthday in 2 months, really. But well, happy birthday to your mother, I mean. Happy birthday to Roy's mom. Happy birthday to Roy's mom. Happy birthday, dear Roy's mom. Sorry. I'm not a good singer. Or maybe I am and I just don't know it. Because I haven't practiced or tried. I don't know. I have people at work that'll whistle. There's the most god-awful racket because it doesn't, because I hear so differently. It's not directional. It's mono and it's non-directional. So every sound just kind of exists. It just appears. So when they whistle, it just sounds like a squeaky. If you've ever like turned a lever where it squeaks, whistling sounds like squeaking. So it sounds like he just keeps squeaking over and over again. I'm like, would you please stop squeaking? But I don't want to be mean because I kind of want him to enjoy his shift and kind of do his own thing. But I've come to call him Old Man Squeakers, which is a very unflattering title. What are you doing up there? Well, I guess that would make you either a late Taurus or early Gemini. I don't remember which. Which is cool. I don't know. I like the astrology thing. A lot of people don't like it. They're like, oh, it means we're all the same. I'm totally different. It's not an astrological sign. That's not the point. It's a social thing where you kind of bond with people over silly things like science. A lot of people just don't get it. They see their way of life and they're like, oh, that's the only way of life you can have. No, you can do a lot of things. Yeah, I saw that yesterday before my internet decided it didn't want to play nice anymore. I've never played a GTA, but if you enjoy it, I'm very, very happy for you. Have lots of fun. Do whatever they do in GTA. I assume it's missions and things like that. Well, he's saying it's hot. It's only, what is this, 267 degrees. Yeah, they say Taurus are very stubborn. And the Scorpios are not the most huggy emotional type. Which is fine. I did this, so probably stop having rockets rain on my parade down there. Looks awful, but it gets the job done. But according to the astrological signs, the Taurus are very tough. You keep plodding along no matter what. And they really enjoy food. That's the story. If any of those are true, it doesn't matter. It's just, I think astrology is just supposed to be so you kind of have this kind of group. You'd be like, hey, what's your sign? Hey, that's my sign too. You know, I don't think it's supposed to be anything beyond that. But some people really take that seriously. So we're still eating up this hydrogen vent. Okay, I think we've eaten it the best we can. And it is now dormant. So it will not erupt again for another 54 cycles. And what that means is, since this is no longer providing heat, this Weezeworts army is going to overtake the hydrogen vents. So while this is very, very hot right now, you know, it's over 32 degrees, which it needs to be under 30. This is done, so it's the Weezeworts are going to win the war against the heat. So it's going to be a total victory. I gotta watch this because if it gets too cold, I'm going to lose my crops there too, on the other end of the spectrum. This is very, very good. Hydrogen's down to 72 degrees already. I love what I'm seeing. So it's like we got long commutes. It's been saying that forever and ever. I need to run around to get to the things. The little resources. It's just kind of how it is. I don't know, you figure, when our parents were growing up, they didn't have the internet. So it's kind of both a blessing and a curse. That sounds like fun. I hope you enjoy it. And everyone having a good time. Woohoo! Yay, yay, yay. let's see. Yeah, in case you were wondering, I have YouTube chat on my actual screen. I know there's a bit of a delay on the actual, like, coming up on my side on the video game screen, but I see your stuff. Don't worry. In real time. Okay. So they can access those materials now. So we're gonna shave this iron ore a little. Well, I know we'll do. I'm gonna shave these iron ore pieces. Yeah, we'll do that. Do this, do this, do this, do this. Eventually this is all going to melt on me. I'm going to kind of be mindful of this. That's kind of why I wanted this area cleaned out. Can't imagine what they'll show though. You figure you do a few missions, you show off some new upgrades or new toys you can get. I don't know what they would, how long that live stream is gonna actually be. What? See, if I pick this up, it's gonna cause problems because my asteroid's both too hot and too cold for those things to exist. I could put them in, turn them into omelets. Yeah, that wouldn't be an issue. But nah. Nope, somebody's getting hugged. Hugs have happens. Look at him go. And they are sufficiently hugged, and they are being combed. Look at that one. Yay! Well, they did that, that's actually been going on a lot longer than you think. Back in the, days of Dungeons and Dragons, where we're still playing good tabletop games, which was basically just, it wasn't really even a guide. It was kind of a outline of the kind of adventures you can have. And the people that were interested in playing it would make their own Dungeons and Dragons adventures. Like some people that would run games, you'd be you could multi-class like a warrior and you know, cleric, you know. But you wouldn't have to be a paladin, right? You'd just be a warrior with healing spells. You know, you can kind of do what you wanted. And they gave you some monsters and stuff to kind of like give you ideas on what kind of games you could play. And people back then, when you were just doing that and kind of making your own, let me get away from the pips. When you're doing your own adventures without game developers doing anything, you know, just basic wizardry stuff, basic gauntlet, you know. That was, they were still doing it. So all this time, they've been proven wrong time and time again. Some people are just born to cause havoc. They always just want to blame anything but themselves. Like, sometimes it's legitimately not their fault, but I guarantee you they wouldn't blame themselves for anything if they had the chance to. But no, video games don't make you violent. They make you sit down, not exercise, and you just play a game. Like, if you're sitting there playing video games 12 hours a day, and you go for a walk or a run, and you try to do anything violent, you're not going to have any energy because you haven't been using your body. You're going to be tired real quick. Very, very quickly. So the idea that video games cause violence, no, they cause you to be chubby. No, video games don't cause violence. That's ridiculous. It takes physical energy to be violent. If you are sitting around and you're not exercising your body, your capacity for violence is very limited. Now, there's a household dispute. The video game may be a catalyst, but you've probably got other problems going on there. Because if you have a selfish brother or sister goblin from the depths that keeps breaking your stuff or keeps taking your games and you're trying to just kind of relax, it's not a video game problem, that's a sibling rivalry there. And if they happen to get smacked in the back of the head because they keep taking your stuff, it's not because of the video games, it's because they won't leave you alone. And yeah, some people do deserve to get a little smack every once in a while. But I'm not a really nice person. I have my opinions, and I don't feel like changing. That puts me at odds with some people. Puts me in the good camp with others. Angel to some, devil to others. Now what's the saying? Angel to some, demon to others. I don't know. I'm just being silly. But you get the idea, right? But as far as I can tell, it's always going to be like that. So do you give them a platform and or you should not listen to them? It's important for them to be able to speak, but no, it's not really something I'd worry about. What a reliable excavator. I kind of want to save this and make this a nature reserve. We'll see. Nope. If that was true, when games like Manhunt or the first GTA came out, or Saints Row came out, or something else, there'd be a whole lot more of that kind of stuff going on. But there's not. It's like, I don't know if you're familiar with things called book burnings. But they used to burn books because they said they'd provide terrible ideas. So they'd burn books. You know. So they've been doing it for longer than video games have been existed. They always want to blame something else. And it's just modern book burnings. That is all it is. In a sentence, it's just book burnings. It's just with a digital media. I mean, that's the basics of it. It's just modern book burnings with different media. I was like, oh no, I read a book and now I'm suddenly evil. No. That's not how it works. That will never be how it works. Some people will always be the bad guy. No matter what you blame it on, they will not change. I'm not being mean. It's just the way it is. Check my rockets. 431. Like, by their logic, me playing this rocket game, do you think I'm going to go out and build rockets and go work for Elon Musk? No, I'm just going to play my rocket game. Like, if I was to play a game where... Am I going to go out... Since I played Skyrim, am I going to go out and shout at people? And, they probably deserve to be shouted at, but... You know, am I going to go be the Dragonborn in real life? No. Am I going to go take a big battle axe and go run across the street? No, nobody does that. Nobody will ever do that. Because video games don't change what people do. The thought is already there before the video game or the book, you know, comes into play. It was the most ridiculous concept they've ever came up with, but they've been doing it since Dungeons and Dragons. They've been doing book burnings. That has always been a thing. That's not video game exclusive. But will they stop? No, because you figure each person experiences this for the first time. Because those people don't read, they don't look at history. Like, for them, each time is the first time. So when law enforcement says, oh, this person did something, what would be the cause? I mean, it may be his first year as a detective. He's going to jump to some conclusion that other people, if it was true, would have already long ago have ruled it out. Because it's the first time for this particular person, he's going over and over and over again. But it's just modern book burning. It's all it's ever going to be. No, it's always they can blame what they want. If I play Pac-Man, am I going to go eat pellets? Am I going to go eat a whole bunch of popcorn because it's colored yellow? Maybe, but it won't be because of Pac-Man. It'll be because I want popcorn. Catalina is now plus 15 athletics. If I play Banjo-Kazooie, am I going to go out and buy puzzles so I can fill in the puzzle pieces? If I play Mario, am I going to try to be an Olympic level jumper? No. If I play Zelda, am I going to start running around with a sword screaming "Hi-ya" at everybody? But it's just so simple, it shouldn't even be a conversation, like... But they have to blame something because they don't understand it. And in a sense, I agree. You know, if you don't understand something, but you've got to look into it. You can't just blame it and be like, okay, case closed. Look into what you're talking about. Like, some people, they'll talk to me and assume I hear them. No, I probably didn't hear you. I'm deaf. But even with something simple like that, they won't put in the extra work to be like, oh, did you hear what I said? I didn't. No, I didn't. I physically cannot hear you. That is part of my my thing. I'm never going to be able to hear a lot of people. So if somebody wants to talk to me or debate me, you really can't. It's not because I don't like you, it's because I can't hear you. That's just the way it is. And nothing will change that. I think I'm going to save this for a nature reserve. People really do that, by the way. Like, they'll just talk at you. Like, especially at work. And they'll assume you heard it because you're just like, yeah, whatever. Like, it's very clearly I'm kind of brushing you off. But they'll assume I hear them. That's not the case. Am I mean? Yeah, kind of. But you just... Like, when I was younger, before Bluetooth came out, if someone was talking, you know, I'd kind of try and see what they were trying to say. But when Bluetooth came out, you could talk on the phone without holding a phone. So I no longer had that visible cue, this person's on the phone. So they talk and just be randomly talking about, like, what are you saying? I'm like, oh, I'm on Bluetooth phone. I'll be like, okay, great. Now that happens about 5 or 6 times. You kind of don't want to, like, ask people what they're talking about anymore. So I don't. So it's, what I'm trying to say is, if people won't go the extra mile to be like, oh, you're deaf, can you hear me? Do you expect them to go so far as to be like, oh, this video game is causing violence? They don't look that deeply into it. We're expecting them to, like, research it before they talk. That's not what happens. They are just potatoes. And to them, they don't have to be anything other than that, which is, to a degree, fine. But to assume them to be an authority, because they're saying something publicly, that's not the case. They're the very opposite of an authority. We've got printables. Lots of cummerbunds. We got 4 of these. I want more. I've got Otto wearing it. I'll rinse it in the bathroom. I don't know where he at. He wears a classic cummerbund and he looks kind of snazzy in it. So we have meteors coming. 2 cycles, 29 cycles. But yeah, people assume I'm smart. I had to be in special education because I couldn't hear anybody. So I couldn't take classes for things like algebra. I couldn't take classes for things like advanced English. I couldn't take things for you know, college grade classes. I couldn't take it because I just couldn't hear them. You know, so in all technicality, I'm a special education student because that's just what I had to go through. But I did go to school for medical billing, which was just basically reading books. But you had to talk to people on the phone for that. And while I can do it, it's a bit of a struggle. So you have something like streaming where people talk to you in text and you can kind of just talk to them back. That's perfect for me. I'm not mute. I just can't hear very well. They're like, hey, do you want to go out and do something? It's like, I can't hear you anyway, so what's the point? You're my friend, just type on the phone. Hello, I am your friend, smiley face. They'll be like, yes, I am your friend too. And that's good enough. Yeah, it's got a stigma to it, but it is what it is. Like, in high school, my little brother took honors classes, and he passed with like A's. And I got like straight D's in special ed. I think for 10th grade, I was in a class of 4 people. And I pretty much just played Oregon Trail for the entire class period. And they were like, he's got an above average speaking or English skill. You know, it's like he should be successful, but I just can't hear. So it was I couldn't get the 3.0 that would let you go to college. So I couldn't go to college, which you're probably familiar with. You know, it's like everyone relies on speaking, and you have to hear their opinions. You have to do everything. Like, if you want to go to college and you want to take a class on like math or English, they give you like 3 or 4 other classes that don't matter. It's not really what you're looking for, and they'll charge you for it. Like, you can't just take a specific class. You can't just look at the book, because a lot of teachers don't use the book. You'll buy the book and then they won't use it at all. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, so how does this fit in for a deaf person? Well, it doesn't. And you know what really ticks me off? Like, I probably shouldn't talk like this, but they have this, the rainbow flag people. They say they take it for people with disabilities. Okay. It's been about 10 years now of this stuff. Where is the Braille? Where is the stuff for deaf people? What have you done for us? You haven't done shit. And they're using us for their own means. I despise these people. Because I can't really, like, they can talk all they want. I can't hear them. But they're doing us a pretty big injustice there. The quality of my foot. They're just using us for their own means. They are bad, bad people. Special ed classes themselves are, they're not bad. They get a bad rap, but what else can we really do? I can't listen to some teacher's opinions on things. It's just beyond my ability. I can't fly an airplane. I can't join the army. I tried. Well, I tried the Navy. But you just can't do it. They won't accept you. But if you go to get Social Security, it's okay. You probably saved yourself a lot of trouble, but you can't get rid of student debt. I tried to apply for like 1 semester, and they charged me like $3,000, and I paid it, but it wasn't worth it. Because the teachers just keep talking. They don't shut up. And that sounds like a weird complaint, but you got a book. Read from the book. Stop talking. It's just ridiculous. Like, they'll write stuff on the board, and it just will keep talking. And for a deaf person, I have to either read your lips, or, you know, focus on my books and stuff like that. If I'm focused on my books, you know, the world kind of goes silent for me, because I got my attention on other things. But the teacher will keep talking. Like, let us read. Shut. Or you'll have other classmates talking. And because I'm getting kind of mono hearing, you know, everything's kind of all coming from the same source. If you got classmates talking, that kind of shuts me out too. So it's a pain in the butt. Oh, and then they'll have questions on the test that they weren't in the books, and it'll just be over things that they talked about. Those really grinded my gears. Because I couldn't hear what they were. You just get kind of this random question on the test and be like, oh, thanks. Yeah, that's what I needed. Kind of like straight D's. I'm surprised I even passed high school. That was garbage all around. That was also a very short meteor shower. It just started. You saw that. Sorry, these doors shut and then they're open again. Oh, he's taking another meteor shower. Doors are closed again. Video games. Now that I play video games, since video games influence us so much, I think I might have to build a giant bunker outside in case asteroids hit. Yeah, books are fine. It's just I can't hear very well. Like, I can usually figure out puzzles on my own. Like this one structure, I looked off online, and I kind of like, this is kind of like the only structure I really took offline. Everything else is kind of my own jank creation. Like, someone will probably get mad at me for the way I have things set up. Why is there water over here? Something melted. Something at some point melted. That's also why I have this thing here. I think mine was straight D's, so you did better in school than I did. Unless it was a vocational, like music or something. I was okay with music. Because it kind of has this kind of a stable tone. And most of the time people do verses, it's they'll do one verse and they'll have lyrics on screen. So you can kind of follow along with it. Now it's a meteor shower, but I'm going to open these up because I got to get ready for the ship to return. It's just the way it is. Someone got hypothermia. Otto, what are you doing, Otto? No. He's doing a sleeping job. Yeah, I did bad in high school. Like, I didn't have glasses till about 3rd grade. And I was like, I can't see the clock. No, I see the clock, but I'm nearsighted. So they finally were like, oh, he's nearsighted. Let's, go get him some glasses. But, so you figure, I was in the most points I could see was when I was in Japan. Then my vision just kind of like crapped out real quick. And my hearing was always bad. So Japan was like the only time I had like real steady understanding of the world. Like what was going on around me and stuff. So I always kind of wanted to go back and see if my childhood matches what the reality is. So as you figure, if I take my glasses off, you know, I both can't hear very well and I can't see very well. I don't know if you're familiar with World of Warcraft, but they have a class called Demon Hunters, where they have kind of like they tie something over their eyes. I could probably pull that off, because you're not using your hearing or your senses. You're just kind of making things work. You have to feel the environment around you. To be honest, I like my glasses. The only thing is, I have dandruff, which is right here, and only right here. So the dandruff that falls from this very specific spot above my eyes falls onto my lenses, and very, very irritating. Usually it's just easy to blow off with a single breath, but I need to figure out a way to clear the dandruff from this very specific little spot here. It's only in that one spot. Well, some people don't find glasses attractive. But what's really bad is if you go to kiss a girl and you have glasses on, you probably already know. But unless you do this like weird like side motion, kissing a girl with glasses is kind of like a pain in the butt, because your glasses will kind of clink against each other. Okay, so these are all full. 20.8. 20.7. So we're losing temperature, which is good. That's what we want. Like, I really like my glasses. It's just without them, it's playing this nearsighted game on top of having no hearing. So what you got this time? Nothing special. Would you like to be free? Yes, she would. She is tired of my nonsense. So we're going to unassign her. She wants out. So we're going to take this. Refuel this. Because the asteroid we're on has about 1,000 resources left and we can carry 1,000. So we'll refuel this bad boy. I've tried contacts before, but with glasses you can just pick it up and go. And with contacts you gotta sit in front of the mirror. Well, you shouldn't stop kissing your girlfriend. That's kind of mean. But I do get the sentiments. So that meteor took half the health off my gantry. That was a mean meteor. Spicy tofu. Okay, so this should be fully fueled. We're going to request nails, come back to her, your ship. So when nails comes back, we'll send her back off. It seems like everyone's indoors nowadays, unless you like have the same hobby as a girl you really like. No, it's okay. Who isn't disabled nowadays? I mean, me, in order to get the Social Security, I had to be unemployed for 12 months. But I'm not really the kind to sit around and be like, oh, woe is me. So I'm trying to, so I've been working at a company for like 10 years. I kind of want to do what normal people do, but I kind of know that I'm not ever going to be on the same level or shape as other people. But, mutes kind of get a poor reputation. Like, just because they can't talk doesn't mean they aren't, free of thought. So in a lot of ways, the internet was kind of a blessing. Because, yeah, we are different, but not really a whole lot you can do about it. You might like Emily Autumn. Like, let me type it in chat, hold on. But there's a singer. She kind of gets it. She's been to a mental hospital herself. Her name's Emily Autumn. Give her music a chance. She's kind of a bit more reclusive in the current years. She's not as I don't think she does you know, tours or anything anymore. But she's a good artist. I'd definitely give her a listen. You might find some kinship among her audience. Just my opinion. Now, she's a very, very good artist. And if you are into reading, she also has Wayward Asylum for Victorian girls. Which, yes, I realize we're both guys, but it's still a good read on mental things they've done over the years. Because the things about being diagnosed as mental, the problem with that is you have another person diagnosing you, and they don't always have your best interest in heart. They may be just checking off a box just because it's their job. And again, it's not who are they to decide? Like hell, I don't have a eardrum, and people still won't give me a lot of help. I have to be out of work for 12 months, and they can give you an advisor. And then, and only then, could I get some help. But because I work, they're like, well, you're working, so you must not be that disabled. Boy, I don't get any. I don't have eardrums. Yes, I can work. I can do a job. I'm physically strong. I shouldn't have to compete on the same level as everybody else, though. That's kind of rude. But definitely is a good artist to check out. I have a lot of respect for that lady. She has been through a lot. I always feel like I always end up in the corner of German people, which is very unusual. It's not even intentional. It's just like, oh, this one girl, she's great. Oh, she also speaks German. Like, how does this keep happening? But such as it is. I just think it's kind of funny. There is some copper ore there. And some coal. And cut those. This is a bad thing to do because I'm trying to get them to clean this area and they're just making more mess. But it'll be okay. No, that save thing takes forever. It didn't used to. When I started the game, it was like 0.1 seconds. You didn't even notice it. Now it's just like, okay, hold on, let me do the things. Look at them sleep. Isn't that a nice sound? That's silly. Yeah, but nobody cuts the crazy people some slack. No, some people, have you seen the people in the workforce? They're kind of potatoes. So I wouldn't even worry about it. They probably do just fine. I mean, even at the place where I work, I'm somehow performing a lot better than a lot of other people. In theory, I should be the worst performing associate because I can't hear very well. But I get a lot of stuff done, and then I can just kind of relax while everyone else is just kind of working, trying to figure things out. But my problem is hearing is not low IQ or some other thing. So it's like outside of my hearing, I guess you could probably consider me more normal than others. But I'm still kind of working at a disadvantage. Well, there are some serious potatoes that I work with. So I think it'd be fine. Get a simple job like, you know, any grocery or retailer that you're comfortable with. There's no shame in it. It doesn't pay a lot, but there's no shame in it. It gives you something to do, at least. But I'm not gonna lie, some people do deserve to get a little smack. But people just aren't that bright anymore. Like, I would expect to have people be there to kind of take care of me. And I mean that in kind of a flattering way. Because be like, oh, he can't hear, let me take care of you so you know, he doesn't have to deal with it. But no, they'll just, they themselves need help. And I have to explain it to them. And I'm missing half the question. So I have to guess what they want. And then I have to take that guess and hope I told them the right thing. Because if I didn't hear it properly, then I told them the wrong thing. And they're going to mess up whatever they're trying to do. So it's, I mean, it's just the way it is. I've been working at the same place for quite a while. And it's fine, but I thought over time people get more skilled and they get better. But it just seems like a rotating door of new people. So you can't even really make friends because the people there only work there for like maybe a year or two. And then they're gone to do other things. Which is fine. Look at all that love. That is a metric amount of love. Metric ton, rather. But you'd probably be fine. It's just, dealing with other people's egos. You just kind of, instead of looking at them like, oh, you have to be right, nor they have to think the way you do, just be like, oh, wow, this person is very special. Because you're not going to get anybody to think the way you do. At least I've never been able to get that to happen. And that's half the battle. I feel like if someone says, oh, the sky is green. I'm like, okay, cool. And then just don't pay any more attention to them. Well, for me, I have to be a loner. There's no talking to other people for me. I just can't hear them. So I don't have a choice in the matter. Yeah. But here's the thing. As somebody that can't hear those words, I don't care. If I say something that offends them, that's not my problem. I prefer not to be talking to them in the first place. But if I do offend them, what do they want to do? Do they want to fight about it? Why are you trying to fight with a deaf person? Are you fighting cripples now? Is that your main goal in life? Yeah, you got able-bodied people trying to take advantage of and fight cripples now. Great, good job, guys. You sure are the heroes of your story. But that said, I'm actually pretty strong, so good luck with that. But they just don't get that being offended, that's not my problem. I might offend you on purpose. What are you going to do then? What if I don't want to say I'm sorry? What if I actually did that because I wanted to hurt you? I mean, not really a whole lot they can do about it, is there? So why give them that power over you, you know? But what's funny is, you know, I'll say that sometimes. I'll be like, they'll tell me something and I'll be like, I don't care. But they'll laugh and go, oh, you're so funny. And they'll keep talking and I'll be like, I don't care. They'll be like, oh, you're such a riot. You're so nice. You're so funny. I'm like, oh my god, I don't care. Like, real events of talking. It's just, I don't get people. Like, I can actually be mean to people and be like, you hurt my feelings. And they'll be like, yeah, I did it. I'm so cool. But I think I just operate on a different wavelength than other people. She's actually picking up sand on this side of the map. Finally. There's some coal. It's used in power production. Yeah, you get a lot more done when people aren't bothering you. Like, imagine if people were bothering me while I was trying to stream. You couldn't get it done. You have to be alone sometimes. And a lot of times there's no reason not to be alone. As long as you have somebody there to, like, you know, kind of help you, you know, it's good. But I have learned the hard way. It's kind of hard to get somebody that's reliable to do so. You know, I wouldn't even worry about it. Society decided it wanted to play by some stupid rules. That is unreachable. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna dig that out. Here's my thing about it. People wanted to talk about being politically correct, right? I'm not a politician. I don't care. And that doesn't really go any further than that. You don't have to care either. They make you think you have to care. You don't. That's unreachable too. Just cause a little bit of a mess. You have soggy feet now. In fact, it might be more beneficial not to care. Because if you get mad easy, then if you get mad over every single little slight, you know, then that's kind of a no-win scenario. Because pretty much what you're doing is you're going to people and saying, hello, this is how you push my buttons. If you say these things, I will be upset. So if somebody wants to upset you, you just gave them kind of free reign to just pee all over your Cheerios. And whose fault is that? Not yours, of course. Cough. So I wouldn't even worry about it. 524. No, 522. So 2435. They should be back. Let's check on our Weeswart Warriors. 31.8. Losing temperature, so we're getting places. That is 31.2. But how do I explain this? Back in you know, the 1800s or the 1700s, the thing is, people really didn't talk that much. We had different languages and stuff like that. Now we're communicating with people, like we have Americans communicating with the British, you know, English, French, so on and so forth. And to them, by law, they don't have real freedom of speech. So they'll see things that we say, and they'll be like, you can't say that. So by their laws, they're right. They can't say that. But that's not something we have to worry about. But they're trying to make us where we have to worry about it. That's not how America works. Like, I played a game called Dead by Daylight for a while. It's a Canadian game. And for the first 3 years of that game, you know, they were fine. They didn't care about anything. You know, you could say whatever you wanted in post-game chat. And I made a lot of friends doing it. But nowadays, they try to monitor speech and stuff like that. And they'll hashtag everything you say out, right? So it's, you can't talk to anybody anymore, really. They added people to consoles where, you know, they don't have a keyboard they can type on. Which is fine. You have more people to play with. But also, they hashtagged everything you say. So you really can't use their communication services. So everybody that I would be friends with, I can't talk to them anymore. Because they expect me to use Discord and talk to them on the phone. I can't use the phone. I'm deaf. So I was like, what do you really do? So, them censoring written speech was really hurting me a lot as a deaf person. So I'm definitely being discriminated against. But if I say that, do they change anything? No, because it doesn't fit their political ideology. So, that's kind of just what I have to deal with. I mean, I'll sit there on the forums and be like, hey, I'm deaf, can you add like subtitles or, you know, something? So I can kind of like tell where people are? No, because people that can hear would take advantage of that. Boy? How about letting me play your game? It's just ridiculous. These same people will claim to be champions for the blind and deaf. I have seen no more Braille going up. I have seen nothing. They're just bad people. Like all around bad people. They do not try. So to not be truthful, to try to deal with these people's sensitivities, is not good. They are not helping. They are not doing anything to help other people. In fact, I'm offended by the fact they exist. So, since you want to deal with offenses, or they would rather, deal with that. I'm offended at them. So, I mean, but the problem is, outside of like something like this, you know, talking, listening, reading text and talking like this, I can't really function very well. So I can't go out there and have a big debate with them. It's just they're trying to claim they help the disabled, and they don't. That's really kind of as far as it goes. So I wouldn't worry about them. They're bad people all the way around. I got 10 kilograms of dirt. I got 40 kilograms of dirt. And that's really cool, but I also have this dumb little thing I made. I think they're taking the dirt from here. Yeah, I think they are. I don't see it. Unless... yeah, it's everything real muffled. I perforated my right eardrum, which is my moderate severe ear. And I was relying on my severe ear for hearing because that brought me down to profound. which is like the real big, you can't work anymore, here's your disability check, hearing loss. And everything was really muffled and really quiet. And everything being quiet is fine, but everything being muffled and quiet, it's bad. And as you age, your hearing gets worse just by the factor of getting old. So I know I probably will have to retire at some point. It's probably earlier than other people, which is fine. But I wanted to fly a plane when I was younger. I wanted to be a Navy pilot, and I I couldn't join the Navy, and I couldn't be a pilot because you have to have a hearing in order to pass the pilot's test. I guess because you have to talk to air radio towers. But I couldn't do a lot of things I wanted to do in life. And to have me operating on the same level as everybody else, it's kind of dumb. Yeah, it's... I wish there were more people worth talking to. Like, if you're trying to talk to somebody new, and the first thing to talk about is, oh, I live at XYZ, I have a pet dog, I have some sort of allergy, I love my mom and dad. That's great, but you've heard it like 400 or 500 times. It's like you can't... Like, if you've ever played an RPG, and you have like 9 NPCs that like have just stock information, and you have that one NPC in the corner, like the wizard, that like moves on your quest that you're trying to do. You're kind of looking for the wizard, and then you get the everybody else just kind of existing. Doesn't mean I don't like them. It just means it's like, well, okay, why is this? I want to learn some cool information, but I can't talk to you to learn it. And some people get mad at you that when they find out you're deaf, like, dude, I can't hear anything. Like, I'm legit deaf, like severely deaf. Like, some people don't believe it because I will say I hear things in game. Yeah, I hear it. Doesn't mean I hear everything. Yeah, like if I read a book, I'm probably in good shape. Like if you give me an instruction manual, I can probably handle it. You know, no problem. I just can't like if something breaks and it's making a loud squeaking noise and it's about to fall on top of me, yeah, I could probably be in real big trouble because I wouldn't hear it. But if I have a manual on how to change a tire or put together a grill or something like that, it's not hard. Some people just don't apply themselves. Like, I passed high school outside of not being able to hear anything, really. What's wrong with your body temperature? It's too hot. So this hydrogen generator, this hydrogen thing, kind of hit everything pretty hard, didn't it? It even did damage up here. Barely. It'll fix itself, I'm sure. But according to the state that I live in, I am retarded. And I mean that in the actual main use of the term, not as the insult. And that's fine. But then I'll do things and I'll realize other people can't do it, and I'm like, I'm supposed to be the dumb one here. Why am I doing better than you? So it's it just makes me wonder, the people that are saying XYZ, you know, or saying you're mental or something like that, they usually don't know what they're talking about, and I know that firsthand from experience. So what if they're actually dumber than both of us? It's like even setting up this stream and stuff like that, I had to do all this stuff manually. And some of it was a little bit more difficult than others, but you know, I didn't have any help with this. I couldn't hear very well, so I don't know if my volume is set to the best way it could be. I just have to guess. And you get like little green bar that sometimes zips into yellow, and I think that's the optimal place to put it. But maybe it could be better. I can't do that alone by myself. I can't hear very well. So hopefully I'm doing it right. But it is a little surprising when people will be like, "Oh yeah, yeah." Or they'll just kind of, I wouldn't say mock you. Hold on, I think I need to build another thing. Build another picture book because I think these are too low. But yeah. We came into this world needing help and we didn't get, no one heard the SOS symbol. So we just kinda have to live with it. Pip eggs. Pip time, pip time. I'm rather enjoying myself, so I'm going to keep playing even though it's 4 hours in. Kind of want to get this rocket back here. So we're about halfway there. So I think we're looking at maybe another hour of streaming. Then I can back up my book and edit a little bit. I'll probably go to sleep after that. Woohoo! I think she's dropping us the lumber. No, she's getting polluted dirt. She's going to take that all the way down. Oh. I decided to autosave. But yeah, on paper, I should be much dumber than most other people. But I'm sitting here and it's not always the case for some reason. Like, sounds good. Look at that, synchronized bathroom using. Now that's some teamwork. Hey, you're supposed to wash your hands. You gross lady. You're gross. Look at this gross lady. Ew. Ew. Anyway. So it's a good time. So I guess, for you, I guess it'll be 9 o'clock or so. Mainly what I'm waiting for is, this rocket to get back. So I think that'll take about an hour. Well, when Mima's rocket goes back, I need to reconfigure it for the, next to, asteroids. That's probably gonna be 3 hours apiece of a journey. And then I'm gonna go for the temporal tear at the end. Because when I started the save, I said Mima is going to go through the temporal tear. And I held to that. She's my strongest duplicate, but we're managing just fine without her, so she's gonna be our hero. We have no slime, which is fine. So we got 1.7 on the operational rocket, so I need to open those doors again. But I have a problem, you see. Blink, blink. That rocky asteroid I kept sending it to, that is out of resources. So I think I need to start sending her off to this organic mess. No, there's isoresin. Well, I could also just go for glass. Well, I don't need it though. If I want a fullerene, I think I have some more. You know, I have more stuff down here. You know, I could always get fullerene from like right down here. So that's not a big deal. I kind of want slime and algae. I think I have to remake my rocket in order to get that to go though. So that'll be fun. So I'm going to pull up that web page while I let time kind of go in the background. So, if I wanted to use a petroleum rocket to go to the 5,000 bands, let's see. Petroleum, 5,000 bands, liquid oxygen. I need a cargo bay. Yeah, I think we can make this work. Okay, so I got a game plan. It's always a good time. I mean, it is there for you to enjoy, so why not take advantage? Just my opinion. But all my screens popped up to where I think I need them to be. This one's going to use about 16,000, you know, per trip. So I've got about should be more than fine, I think. Slowly but surely this is growing. Which is what we need. So this hydrogen generator, or this hydrogen geyser's been off for a bit. And we have another plant that's too hot, despite being surrounded by weezeworts. Is that not the silliest thing you've ever seen? You're at straight 30. 31.5. 31. By the time this activates again, in about 40 cycles, surely this will fix itself. Surely. Nope, we got a runner. We've got a runner. I'll have a rancher come down here and I'll put the critter at the drop-off point. That's the only flaw in this design, which I didn't really see worth fixing. There's occasionally a Draco egg will hatch down here. No, go bring them. No problems, no problems. You know, when GTA 5 first came out, my family has the tendency to assign themselves a character. And they'll be like, "Oh, you're just like Michael. He's all stand-up. He's a stand-up guy." But then you actually play the game, and Michael gets cheated on, and you know, is pretty much everything like pretty much garbage for the guy. And Trevor is the one that's actually like honest and, you know, isn't much of a betrayer and stuff like that. He has a weird kind of moral code. So like, well, I'm more like Trevor. He's more honest. You know, no one cheats on him. You know, he says what he means to say. And I was like, no, he's gross. He's mean. It's like, I was like, I want to be Michael. He's the guy that gets cheated on and gets treated like garbage. But their heart was in the right place. I get it. I was like, come on, man. And a tribute increase. May's machinery skill is modified to 18. She's really good with that rock crusher now, I bet. Yeah, every time this refinery goes off, I have to refill this battery. I could just build another battery and be done with it, but I never needed to. Didn't feel like it. This water should be turning to ice. So it was impossible for it to flood as long as I use water and it freezes properly. For some reason, this is happening. I don't know why the oil wants to be at the top. Very strange. If I wanted to, I could add more water to this big tank. I think we're okay right now. Yep, we got our rocket coming back. And I think we'll need to fix it up a little bit. And do some rocket operations. I don't know why this gantry set up weird, but that's okay. Space mission complete. And we got a strange brick. Would you like to remain in the rocket? Yes, you would, but the resources available are no longer available for this asteroid that I kept going to. So I think now is a good time to change our course. Well, instead of instantly refueling this one, we're going to rebuild this rocket. So we're going to unassign you. You're free. Imagine that. Now. So that's going to unload. I'm going to extend these again. And we're going to tear apart this whole thing. Well, not the bottom. Try that. Try this. And deconstruct this. It's time to do some rocket building. Actually, I don't think we need to deconstruct this one, so we're going to leave this fuel tank. We are going to take out the oxidizer. Time to destroy the rocket. All sorts of steel just like pops off. So I need 2 liquid fuel tanks. And I need 1 oxidizer. 1 liquid oxidizer. And I need 2 cargo bays. Oh boy. I think these ladders are getting me in trouble. Gotta go around on the bottom of the rocket now. There we go. Well, it wants me to build it out of ceramic, so it'll be okay. And we want to build the man capsule, I believe. So we will also need our conveyor rails. Put that there. That there. And we go to our liquids. We're going to need to deconstruct this. It's gonna be a little complicated, I think. Because I've fried mushrooms. No, I'm playing Skyrim next week, so next Tuesday. Next Tuesday at the 21st at 8 p.m. I'll play Skyrim again. Probably gonna do some dungeoneering and get that sorted out. It'll be all about those dungeons. So if you would like to see more Skyrim and you're free at 8 p.m. on Eastern Time, I will definitely be playing it again. Ideally without the internet cutting out on me. I'll do a few dungeons and have a good time. Now, if I'm going to do this, I think I came across a problem. Because I need... Let's see. So this is my liquid oxidizer now. It'll be coming out here. And it will return here. And that means my petroleum will also need to be here. And we have deconstruct. Hey, deconstruct this. I think that'll be enough. Yeah. Down out here, go through there. Okay, so that should work. Now the thing is, I need gantries. So I'm gonna be able to reach some of this stuff. So we need to build the gantry here. We'll do that. Do this. I think will that fit there? Yes. I also need to do this, which means I have this. Maybe I want joint plate in the way. So I'm going to, in order not to prevent power from going, I'm going to have to build here. Because I need that spot where the joint plate's connected. I think they're done building for today, but that's okay. And all the time we're doing this, Mima is going to be coming back sooner than later. Actually, I should probably type that in chat. Well, by then it'll be archive anyway. It will be a VOD at that point. But yeah, my schedule, if you're curious, usually 8 p.m. on a Tuesday, because that's when I get done with stuff. I'm going to try to start a little bit earlier on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. And currently that's auction not included. But will at some point. Probably be Command & Conquer or something else. So we have 6% stress. Why are you stressed? Oh, you got that full bladder bug. Well, they don't have a command capsule to put you in. So we're gonna have a problem here in a minute. So I did some research after the last time she freaked out on me. And she's just gonna keep getting more and more stressed out until I build this command capsule. So what can I do about that? Nails is gonna freak out on me soon. Okay, so I think I have to stop the game and reload the game to keep her from freaking out on me. So we're gonna save. See if it fixes it. I'm not quitting the game, like the stream. But I gotta save one more time just to make sure. Old habit. Comes from RPG days. And go to the main menu. Say we're gonna fix Nail's problem. Never seen the entrance before. Have a little character in the corner here. It's for the DLC spaced out, but I just don't like it very much. Which is okay. I have a lot of games I don't have the DLC for. Is that because they're okay or not? I just don't know. So I'm gonna reload. I usually hide this under my title card, but if you've never seen it before, this is what it looks like. You just have May staring at you. Those piercing eyes. Ready to show you no mercy. You know, I'm gonna put that on my title card next time. It just takes a minute. Like, if you're just starting this game, it doesn't take very long at all, but it has more stuff to load since I'm like doing everything. It takes like a minute. Okay. So this should, according to the internet, fix nail stress problem. Yep, it's going down. Now doesn't have a full bladder anymore. So for some reason, on the very rare chance you have an astronaut that has a full bladder and is constantly getting stressed out over it, just save and reload the game. You'll see, you saw me firsthand fix the bug. What is this? Okay, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for coming. I've already seen for another 30 minutes. You're not missing much. But have a good night. Enjoy yourself. Have fun. Have a happy rest of the day. This rock wasn't here before, by the way. It was all pure lava. At some point, I guess it got so cold it solidified. Which is kind of funny. But everything still looks like it's working right, so sounds good to me. Yep, nails is fixed. Okay. So when that builds around, we'll be in good shape. And we'll go ahead and build more Maverick rock ladders. So if they so get the desire to run across, they can. You can go ahead and disable auto repair on these. That. I'll also close these doors. I don't need them open right now. And disable auto repair on that. Because those will absolutely get broken by the thing. They're about done with their work shift. They're like, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Guess I should probably get my bouton ready. God, I love that save thing. Building rockets. So I wonder why they have coal out here. For what purpose? What do they possibly have for this? No, she's fast. Okay. I guess her shift ended. Alright, I have this game on very, very fast. So like a zoom. It's very, very good to see that these are... Someone doesn't even fool, is it? Oh, it's dormant. I gotta keep an eye on that one. So it doesn't run itself out. It's been a while since we've had to build something up top here. I think the power should be fine. Yeah, it builds right into it. I just need this place where it's right at. Oh, actually, I think I'm gonna have problems here. Because this is supposed to... This is where my conductive wire goes through. So with heavy wall wire here is gonna cause issues. So I think the better plan might be... is to build this a little bit higher. Put the heavy wire here. That would make more sense for what I'm trying to do. Well, still, no. Because this side doesn't really matter. I need space for the gantry. Maybe we better build that a little bit out. Should still be reachable. That should work. Ideally, of course. I gotta use that steel for something, right? Unpower this. Oh, our wire is connected yet. My poor feelings. That is a very silly name. I don't want to do a silly name. Let's do the, what do I want to call it? Hold off on that. Let's see what the printables are. More spicy tofu. What's a good name for a supply rocket? The excavator. Well, we have an atmosphere, but you can't reach it. What to do? I got so much liquid oxygen coming in here, filling up again. Feels like I gotta do this urgently, but nah. Yep. Let's see, that's moving rather quickly. I'm powering through that, aren't we? We're still getting that hydrogen. Well, this one's finally recovered. Oh, the 29. 28. Well, it's getting there. It's almost recovered. The Weezeworts are winning. Little by little. As expected. Very good. So this one, we're gonna wait for a little bit more on this. Yeah, because it's 24 cycles. And this one needs to take priority, but for some reason it doesn't. We've got 11 cycles left on Ema's rocket. So sooner rather than later, we'll have her back down. Got lots of eggshells there. I wonder why I put a soup can on this. We can cancel that. Look at those delectables. They're going to be rather happy with each other. What else do we need? I think I just have to wait on them to build this. So I remember where I put my ceramic. It might just be in the center. Still got those long commutes. Be recovered yet. Soon. We'll get there. Through pure silliness, we've survived the hydrogen vent. Going down a little too much for my liking. So we'll cut that off. So that means we have a little bit more for the gas range, but after that it'll mainly rely on this bigger room for 44.6 cycles. See, it's fine if it's not empty. We're getting some little emptiness there. Yeah, very good. So now we will deconstruct this. And we need to add a gantry. So I think I need this and this destroyed. That should be enough, I think. I think that'll do. Yep, that should be it. I'll also get some more steel off of this. Oh, very good. Everything worked out peachy. Let's see, this is already, I don't have to build any more power lines. It's already on that conductive wire. But I will need a bouton. Add bouton, add wire. Very good. Very, very good. Like our other rockets. 10 cycles, she'll be back. Now I believe we have everything set up right down here. Let the petroleum go through these two things. And liquid oxygen will go through that one. Nothing changed too much, it's just a little dip in the piping. The shipping is more the same. Very good. Now I do need to set this. So 1601. Now if I can math right, I believe that's 800 apiece. So 801, 800, that should be 1601. And then I could add 1601 for this. And that should work as intended. I feel like checking my math, but I'm pretty confident there. Not that big of a deal if I'm wrong. My favorite little save mechanic. I believe I don't need these. Very cool. Okay, it should be connected. So someone should be delivering. Oh yeah, I still need to get rid of the strange brick, don't I? We'll put the strange brick here. That should be good. I don't know what Nails was trying to do, but congratulations. Yeah, they got it. That is going to boost our rocket, I believe. Nice and easy. Now where are you going, lad? You gotta get that random dirt. I agree. Okay. So you should have your atma suits. We need to select a destination. Well, let's fill out the rocket first. Make sure that's working properly. Everything could go wrong, but you know, we'll see. I think we're okay. So now we're just filling up 2 things instead of just 1. We're getting twice the resources because we're sending off 2 cargo things. So it's like firing 2 rockets at one time. And now we should fill up the other one. Yes, go. Yep, there we go. I like when a plane comes together. While that's doing that, we'll check this. It's tear in a present package. Let's not do that. And I think we're good enough with this. We can shut it off now. Let's check our liquids. Things are returning. Nope, we got problems. We definitely have problems. That's not supposed to happen. So. In order to fix that, I need to, take out one of those bridges. I think I need to take out this bridge. I think we need to take out this one too. And I should tell them, hey, this is the weird pipe that went down. Should be all I need to do is fix that. Okay. So now we will set our star map destination to the organic mass here. Double check one more time. It's in the excavator. Just organic mass. And get a bunch of slime and algae. Just a whole lot of it. So that will take those out. Yeah, that fixed it. Because it was sitting there for a while, it gave some heat damage. But we should be okay. It didn't break in bad spots, so we can just repair that. Listen, 8 cycles left on her. So I'm going to assign nails to this rocket. So it's got 18,000. I'll assign nails to it. When she gets a chance, she'll go into her current errand mode. And we'll send her off on her biggest rocket yet. We'll probably eventually retire this rocket, just use hydrogen, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, Nails is in the rocket. So we will clear her for launch. Everything's out of the way. Disable auto repair because those are going to snap the minute she fires a rocket past it. Open the doors. Very good. Now we will send her off further than she's ever gone before. Good luck, Nails. Alright, so we're going to go back over here. I need to get rid of this pipe. The next person coming home is Mima. She'll be back for quite a while before the excavator gets back. I'm going to insulate liquid in this way. Yeah, but it should still be okay. Gotta be careful with these things. They're very finicky pipes. So you know what? I got the rocket launch. That's what matters. We are making progress. Very messy machine, but you know what? It works. See how this line looks now. So it's a potential load of 20,760 out of 2,000. It's because all these gantries. You don't want to like click through them all at once. You will. If I pause the game and I clicked all these, I would short my system so bad. You gotta wait each one. Let's save because that was kind of complicated. It just works. And they're still blue. So we're up to 757. So I'm guessing it's going to take a majority of the hydrogen for the next step, I think. There's some weird stuff going on with my food. Don't know what's going on with that. We got growth again. Now 29 degrees. So without this to fight back against, it's going to might overtake this fertilizer pretty soon. Yep, look at that. We got our mealwood back. Look at that. Isn't that a thing of beauty? Got all the mealwood in my nature reserve back. That's not a yeehaw, I don't know what is. That is great. You know what? Unless you watch this series, you're not going to understand how good this is. To have this mealwood back in action. Oh, I love it. Whoops. Get out of here, mouse pointer. Trying to take a screenshot. Alright. Good deal, good deal. Yep, Ellie's getting hugged. She went to the hug room. There's no avoiding getting hugged. In less than 7 cycles till Meemaw gets back. Kinda crazy. I think, when I first started this save, I knew I was going to get to this eventually, but it's another thing to actually be there, you know? Yeah, it's going to take a bit of hydrogen, but we'll be okay. We'll be okay. Well, if somebody watches this video and says, you know, when the hydrogen rock is popped, you know, that was a big boo-boo. Not really, because truth be told, I've left this thing overpressured for a lot of time. So if I didn't leave this overpressured and I was constantly taking the 5K out and going through there, I'd have a lot more hydrogen than I did. So that's not the boo-boo. Leaving this unattended is the big boo-boo. But it's okay. Not a big deal either way. But it's funny to see these weaselworts take back my thing. We like it cold in here. Very cold. So you can't fight off the temperature. We're down to 68. Which means tiles down here. Gonna kind of relax on it. Now this is kind of interesting to me. Because this is still hot. Like you can't say this is not hot. But if it gets under 700, I can go down here with a Atmos suit. Kind of fiddle with it. Maybe I could deconstruct this one and build something out of this. Well, I don't know. You can't. Some people will say do a thermal spike, but I just have more igneous rock below it, so I really can't do that. I have plenty of diamond, but this rock's still hot, so we'll have to worry about that when we get there. Igneous rock is slow to heat. So it's kind of funny, it comes from magma. So the magma is 1400. And the igneous rock is about 1300, I think. Yeah, 1100. This only accepts 130 temperature. So we got a bit. Yeah, unless this gets legitimately cold, I'll fidget with it then. There is dirt down here. I wasn't aware of. I must have dug it out at some point and been like, yeah, I'm digging things. See where we're at now. 20.2. I'm gonna drop an entire degree today. $6.4. Let's see. I don't want to get this hydrogen over to the, down there. I could take this if I wanted to. I mean that literally. I already have everything hooked up. That wouldn't be too hard. Oh, this one get a little more. Got more delectables coming. I don't know why they decided to be delectables, but there they are. They are here. Less than 6 cycles. She's almost back. Almost. This game is so relaxing. Frustrating sometimes, but most of the time relaxing. Feeding the sage hatchlings now. They say they're cramps. That sounds like a you problem. 19 cycles on this. 40 cycles on this. We got a lot more gas. Probably made this bigger if I could do it again. Let's see. Well, we get tons of that from space. We'll take the bristleberry. That's just normal water. Why do we have normal water in the polluted water area? You're not even paying pollution anymore. You're just pure out putting water down here. My duplicants are so efficient, they're just being water. So they can avoid filtration. Now that's a special duplicant right there. I think when Miyama comes back and I can figure a rocket, I'll finish up. But, you know, it's okay. That's kind of the next big task I need to do. This was kind of fun. A little tricky, but fun. Someone comes back with a neural facilitator, that might be cool. Everything's just working the way it should be. Except for when I mess up. I pop some pipes. Wonder why the Draco's like hanging out right there. Kind of a weird spot. they jealous of the pips? Hey, pips can walk on a ceiling. Why can't the Draco? I really gotta mind this because there's no more heat coming in. The only heat in this area is going to be this electrolyzer. So I'm very pleased with this. I still have to be careful. But we got like 20 degrees worth of stuff to deal with. If it gets down to 10, then I know I've kind of overshot it. We're picking up all the stuff. Just go and clean that up too. Feels good to have my meal lice back. This entire area is green, save for the little unusual spots that pass through the steam turbine. Which is good enough. And goes through here. So I wonder, is this good enough to unleash the geyser again? Well, let's wait a little bit longer before we release it. Have one more round of desalination before we can really need to pull that up again. Get that water real cold. 4 cycles. You love to see it. Look at all that love, all those hearts. Randomly just have a bunch of shovel pip or cuddle pips and delectables. And glossy Dracos. We're too cool for the normal stuff. And of course we have Kitchen Buddy. It's kind of funny how this paddle stool ended up being the best hard work thing. You bring stuff from space and you're normally just set. I guarantee you could put some more up here and it'd be completely fine. Put more there because why not? Because I can. They're like, well, sure. It was a sudden +6. What's funny is when the algae rocket gets back, they'll be using these again, which will bring this up to like 2,000. So you'll have a lot more oxygen coming in through here, on top of the oxygen coming through out here. So we're gonna get full of oxygen real quick. $28.9. 27.7. Feels good. What was the decor penalty of the giant pit? Negative 6,439. Maybe a little bit more, give or take. The things you do for game lag. That just works. It just works. Where are we at now? 3.7. I'm gonna go ahead and open this. Could possibly go wrong. Here it comes. Here comes the rain. I still think I'm clever for having a steam vent cool down the hydrogen platform. I thought I was clever. Because I mean, it makes sense, right? If this is launching at like 900 degrees and this is 100, 100 would cool off the 900, right? Right. Yep. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Is that kind of mood? There's a tribute increase. Liam. His athletics are now 19. You know, when I made these, we didn't have the option to change the decoration now. Well, nowadays, if I wanted to have one of the other statues, I could repaint it. But this is just randomly what the game gave me. I'm sure someone could find some statistical rigmarole about it. This is what your chances of getting XYZ statue. I don't know. If you build on a day that's even, you get more statues of this variety. If you build on statues that aren't even, you get this statue. I highly doubt it's that complicated, but you can imagine somebody like really digging into it. They are prone to do that. Gotta refuel this rockets. Looking at that hydrogen. 400, 200, 300, 300, 100, 200. And we're constantly getting more. It's not like we're gonna run out of any of that. We have infinite hydrogen. Just a question if I have enough to like really show off what I'm trying to show off. And keep it going. Because you see what happens if we send those little tiny globules. It usually damages the pipes. Two and 9. And yeah, if you want to launch the car yard rockets, you probably want a conveyor thing. Because they're sending so much stuff here that they're having to queue up, which is fantastic. This is why I built those things. This is an ideal scenario. Got a little bit of oil in there because some things like bleach stone or oxalate or whatever, they'll off gas and kind of turn into a gas. So to prevent that, you put some water in there, and that tells it, hey, you're underwater, you don't need to off gas. Whee! That girl on the move. And I just put I put 413 kilograms. Should probably put 500 or something, that'd be fine. But I was fine at 400. If you were ever wondering. Sorry. My old is showing. Have you ever seen anyone with the negative trait yokel? That means they can't fly rockets. So heads up. You didn't already know. They are working on it. They are working on it. And when there's nothing to build and nothing to dig, they will run supplies. And it just works. I think I wanted to put super coolants in here. I never really got around to it. Because I'm still not sure what you really use liquid phosphorus for. Why does this exist? Properties, phosphorus. See, I can't do anything with it. You can feed it to a bug. Like, what? I don't know. What a weird material. I don't know where it came from, but such as it is. Help our rockets, young man. That's max science, by the way. See, he does it 3 times, so I wonder what's up with that. You see it, right? It's 3 things. I only have 2 rockets. So what's the deal? One day we'll be out of petroleum and I can get this eggshell. This polluted dirt. It just works. How are we doing? Well, 88.6. And let's bring us some water down. Yeah, lots of it. But this is supposed to be freezing off into snowballs. So feel free to do so at any point. See, I don't get it. Why don't you just keep flowing down there? You should be frozen. What is this? Why is this here? Video game. Why are you like this? Why is this rock now? This all functions the same, but why are you like this? I guess this is my energy spike. It built itself. Video games are weird sometimes. I guess maybe it got so cold it turned back into rock. But that's still weird. It's still so hot. Let's look at the properties. Because it melts at 14,000, right? So 1409, it turns into magma. This is clearly like 1,000. I could always turn igneous rock into sand. Our videos of Stonehenge were cool. I don't know, man. It's kind of a thing. If it gets too cold, I'll dig a little bit deeper and keep this going. It's still just weird. But even the abyssalites get kind of cold. Yeah, this abyssalit's 165 degrees. It's not how it used to be. But if I want to cook everything, I just remove this layer of abyssalite. That'll be right hot again. Well, if it gets under 500 degrees, I'll start playing. I'm not too worried about it. So this is still hot, I assume. It's going down a little bit. So we're at 20. Good, good. See, if it survives all the way across at 20 degrees, that's when you know you got it covered. That's when this thing will shut off. That's when I'll also reopen my geysers. So the fight will continue. Until Rime is finally cold. Can you imagine, Dave, that Rime is cold? Is such a thing possible? Imagine a cold Rime. Should be real soon that Mima comes back. Yeah, less than 2 cycles. And she's boosted. Or less than 0.2 cycles, so she should be coming back like real quick, real quick. Real quick. Okay, so I gotta think. So we're gonna be sending her out to the 1600 band, right? So 1600. The 5 research sightseeing modules with a hydrogen rocket using liquid oxygen. It's 2254. Alright. Space mission complete. She has completed the 14,000 band, I think. 15,000 or whatever. What have we got? Got something. Pristine fossil. I'm gonna go ahead and close this because we're gonna be doing something for a while. Ready to be free? Nope, she doesn't want to be free. Some 1,000-degree steam, ready to burn anyone who wants to come into it. Okay. I got a math. Bear with me while I math. Well, the oxygen is going to be fine. It's just 2, 2, 5, 4, 5, 4. 2, 2, 5, 4. So these guys are going to be problems. So 900, 900. That's 1,800. 1,800. Hold on, I gotta do this right the first try. For the second time, I'm gonna use the calculator. 2, 2, 5, 4 minus 1,800 is 454. This will be 454. There. Thank you, calculator. We invented tools for a reason. So, we're going to put this thing on a pedestal. It's probably good if I take a molten hot thing and put it right in the middle of my base. Sounds like a good idea. Like a fantastic idea. Okay. So we'll take that. And make sure our fuel is set up properly. Which I believe it is. Yep. And there it goes. Someone's like, oh, this is awful. As long as he doesn't take damage, I'm okay. Make sure this is all working right. Big old rocket. Big, big, big old rocket. Now should be going down to the next one. Very good. Again, this should also be showing you, that it's not behaving. He's so happy he's going to pick up molten iron. I'm so happy for you. Please drop it in the middle of my base. Or actually, I do have some salt water at the bottom of that pit. That'd be nice to have evaporated. Unironically. Okay. I think that's good enough. Before we go to those printers, I'm going to observe this. Check for pipe popping. Hydrogen said, "Not today, sir." And this little one's probably gonna pop too. Gonna pop on me? Pop now or forever hold your peace. Nope. I'm just going in. Okay, that's sorted. Gonna go to our command capsule, this huge rocket. Huge, huge rocket. So we got sediment fullerene. Okay. So next one is the living planet or the oily asteroid. Let's do the oily asteroid first. We can do the living planet next. Then it's just the temporal tear. 2 planets left. Mimo seems interested in continuing your journey. You're fueled up. There's a lot more hydrogen in there than I thought we did. Well, actually, let's save this for next episode. We'll take a break here because it's been 5 hours, 30 minutes. So thank you for enjoying this with me. I am very much enjoying this. 2 planets left until we're at the temporal tear. Now we'll do something that people, 1.1% of people have an achievement for in this game. It'll be my first time. I'm very excited. I can finally beat this game and say, hey, I beat Oxygen Not Included. But thank you for enjoying with me. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Have a wonderful time. And we'll do this next week. Bye bye.